a flight back home. And so you never get to explore these countries. So today I want to encourage you to get out of Entebbe. You can even stay in Entebbe. There are a number of places that you can visit and go and look at this beautiful country called Uganda. Once again, karibu sana. My name is Solomon Serwanja and I'm the Executive Director of the African Institute for Investigative Journalism. And I'm going to be your moderator for the next 2 days at this conference. So now that you know me, I would love to know you. Let's start with a quick round of introductions and then we can get into the subject matter. But before we can get into the introductions, let's have a word of prayer, and I'll lead that prayer here. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful for the opportunity of a new day. We thank you that we're still alive, and we're here to really discuss about how we can be able to achieve our target of manufacturing our own vaccines as a continent. We pray that you will guide this discussion so that out of it we are able to follow up on some of the promises that were made so that we can be independent as a continent. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, I would love to know you. So I'll ask Fatina to help me take the microphone around so that we know who exactly is in the room and then we can get started. You can mention your name, the organization that you work for, and maybe a little bit about yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Better. I'm Joanne Klanda, and I work with the Coalition for Health Promotion and Social Development, HEPS Uganda. I lead the advocacy activities, and I'm happy to be here. We are part of a number of interventions that we implement with AHAKI, so we are really happy to be here to have an interaction on the different areas of interest. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Good morning. My name is Fatia Chiyange. I work with the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, CEHAD. I'm the Executive Director. Happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Munya. I'm with the Mastercard Foundation. I lead the health entrepreneurship side of the health programs there.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nice Msana. I work for Siatini Uganda. Siatini is Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. Glad to meet you all and looking forward to our fruitful endeavors. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I was born Rangarai Machemedze, which is quite a sentence of a name, and I'm from Zimbabwe, from the Southern and Eastern African Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, Siatini, which is a member of Equinet, which is the regional network for equity in health in East and Southern Africa. It's not my first time to be in Uganda. I've been to Jinja, to the source of the River Nile. I've eaten matoke, and I want to continue enjoying that. Thank you so much, and thank you to AHAKI for inviting us to this important meeting. Thank you.
Karibu tena. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Yarit Kezu. I'm from Africa CDC, PAVM team, Senior Research Data Analyst. In fact, my first time to be here in Uganda, in Entebbe, and as advised by Chair, I think in the afternoon, the day after, we'll look around to see the beauty of Entebbe and Kampala. And really, we are grateful for the organizers, AHAKI, to put us here. And thank you very much. I think we will have a fruitful session. And thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ivan Lule. I'm an executive board member of the National Planning Authority. For those of you who are not from Uganda, the National Planning Authority is the custodian of our Vision 2040 and the National Development Plans, right from NDP 1 up to the 6th National Development Plan. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ben Pinomugisha, I teach law at Makerere University.
He's a
Ben.
professor.
Professor Ben, you're very welcome.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who are visiting Kampala for the first time, you're most welcome. My name is Ziada Zalwango. I'm a pharmacist by training, and my work experience spans a period of over 10 years in pharmaceutical commercial business development with a key focus on market access. So I have worked with several institutions, right from the Ministry of Health Uganda, into private business, and also with what we commonly call the big pharma, the big pharmaceutical companies. I'm very happy to be here today and looking forward to a fruitful discussion with you all.
You're very welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Kibira, and for the better part of the last 2 decades, I've been an access to medicines researcher and advocate in Uganda and the Sub-Saharan region. And I coordinate the Medicines Transparency Alliance, which is a platform that brings together government through the Ministry of Health, the private sector to work with the civil society to improve access to medicines. And I spent most of the last, about close to 15 years as executive director at HEPS Uganda with my colleague there. But now I'm the CEO of a new small entity called Dumake Global Health.
Good morning, comrades. My name is Moses Mulumba. I am the Director General at Afya na Haki. I'm a lawyer by training, a practitioner in health systems work, and on access to medicines. I think over the last 15 years, I have invested myself in work around policy issues on access to medicines, and over the years, I think intellectual property has been one of them, where we've invested a lot of time and engagements. And I look forward to doing more work in local pharmaceutical manufacturing, including vaccines. Thank you.
So good morning. My name is Agri Aluso. I currently work as the Director for Africa for Pandemic Action Network. Previously, I worked with Open Society Foundation with a few people in this space, doing work around advancing health equity, addressing structural determinants of health. And I think towards the end of my tenure as at the OISEF in Africa, I did quite a bit of work in responding to the COVID pandemic, and I think that gave me a segue into the work that I currently do, which I had the pleasure of working with Haki and a number of partners in this space, including initiating the work that now has brought us here today. So I continue to engage in this space, and I'll be getting a chance later in this process just to explain what we are doing at Pandemic Action Network, which is also going through a process of transformation as we try to contextualize our response to address the issues of the continent, because we know people have been impacted differently in different parts of the world. Africa is experiencing challenges of global health security differently, and therefore, in as much as we have the global work, we really also are keen on contextualizing our responses within Africa to respond to the Africa's needs, and working very closely with Africa CDC to support their vision of the new public health order. Thank you, and looking forward to engage more.
Agri, karibu sana, welcome. One of the lessons I pick from this room is professors, doctors don't want to add their titles, so, which is quite interesting. They just prefer to call them by their names. So I think that's a lesson for me. as well, that even when I get a PhD, I can still call myself Solomon Serwanja and not Dr. Solomon Serwanja. All right, Karibu.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ronald Musoke. I'm a journalist and I'm based at the Independent magazine in Kampala. I do report on a wide range of topics, and health is among them. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Welcome, Ronald.
Good morning, everyone. Deogratius Wamala. I report to the East African. I mainly do finance and health.
Welcome.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. My name is Kilian Songwe, and I am the CEO of the AG Group. I come to this conference because I think I've spent almost 10 years of my life in wet pharmaceuticals on the Northeast Corridor of Washington, D.C. I am a senior consultant for Africa CDC, supporting the National Public Health Institutes for Central Africa. And one of the things I've done for Uganda, everybody knows COVID, everybody remembers COVID. I was one of the guys who is responsible for the decentralization of testing for Uganda, trying to set up the networks and trying to set up the testing centers for Uganda. So I'm excited to be back and to be a part of this conversation. I have spent almost the last 20-something years just supporting over 20 different governments on this continent, developing management systems for healthcare. So I'm truly excited to be a part of this group. Thank you and welcome.
Welcome, Karibu.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Tom Molisa. I'm Rwandan, and I'm a lawyer by profession, but I've got interest in vaccine manufacturing. I think the first encounter in 2006 and 7, where I met Prof. from Makerere, was around access to medicines and intellectual property. So I'm interested. I'm a lawyer, so I'm here to learn from most of you. You know that in Rwanda, we are going to be hosting the African Medicine Agency. There's also quite a number of initiatives in vaccine manufacturing in Rwanda. So for me, being here is a learning moment. I'm not new to Uganda. I think Solomon knows that. In my family, one morning we vote in Uganda and we vote in Rwanda too. Thank you.
Karibu sana, Dr. Tom Mulisa. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Adrian Donguchivombi. I'm the Secretary General for Uganda Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association. Our role is mainly to work for lobbying and policy advisory, and also pushing for incentives for the promotion of local pharma manufacturing in Uganda and even in ESC. And as well, I am the pharmacy director for the Biopharma plant in Matuga, which will engage in vaccine production as well. And I'm happy to be here to learn more from presentations regarding that area.
You're very welcome, Daktari.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Timothy Wafula, a human rights lawyer from Kenya, the Kenya Legal and Ethical Issues Network. I'm happy to be here. As an organization, we've also been working on challenging intellectual property barriers that hinder access to medicines. We've done work on TRIPS flexibilities, and we've also been hosting conversations around local manufacturing. So this is a very relevant conversation for our organization, and we look forward to contributing and learning more from the regional partners. Thank you.
Karibu. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tasha. I'm from Canada, from Toronto. I've been working with AHAKI since last year during my Master's of Public Health training, and it's my second time in Uganda, so I'm happy to eat matoke again. I've been working online on Zoom, so it's very nice to meet everybody in person. I'm very happy to be here and happy to learn. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mona Lisa. I'm a research fellow from Afya na Haki. I am from Malawi, and it's a pleasure to be here. And my background is in vaccinology and pharmacy, so I'm looking forward to learning a lot. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Good morning. My name is Angela. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I'm an intern at AHAKI at the moment, and I'm studying pharmacy in the Netherlands, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Karibu.
Good morning to you all. My name is Muhumza Abdul Karim. I head partnerships and communications at Afya na Haki. We work towards harnessing Africa's potential in health, human rights, and SRHR. And these conversations on pharmaceuticals and vaccines is quite instrumental to the work we do at the Institute. We are glad to host you all.
You're welcome, Mr. Karim.
Good morning. My name is Anton. I'm a journalist based in Uganda. I work for Daily Monitor, Truth Every Day. So whatever that you're going to say, I'm going to write about it. So be warned.
Truth Every Day. You're very welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nimrod Muhumuza, a recovering or non-practicing lawyer and researcher. I work with Afya na Haki in the general field of health, human rights. So if you don't find me in vaccine manufacturing, I'll probably be doing something related to sexual and reproductive health and rights. And it's nice to meet you all, and I'm looking forward to the conversations.
You're very welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maria Birunji. I'm the research officer here at Afya na Haki. Thank you so much for gracing our invitation. We are looking forward to learning from you. Thank you.
Karibu. You're very welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eddie Pages, and I'm a social media influencer and a photographer.
Eddie Pages, you're very welcome. Today I get to see the face.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Birunji, an SRHR advocate, as well as a social media influencer, part of the team that is covering today's event. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gadro Jones, and I'm a social media influencer, and we're here to write about everything that is going to be happening today.
You're very welcome. Looks like we accept the photographer. Mama, you have not introduced yourself. Maybe you'll be the last one.
Yes, good morning. My name is Dr. Charles Sayume, Member of Parliament, Koboko Municipality, and I chair the Parliamentary Committee on Health. Thank you.
Dr. Ayume, you're very welcome. And finally.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwewe Fatna Atwine, Communications Officer at Afya na Haki. Nice to meet you all.
Okay. All right. Once again, thank you so much for coming. Good morning. If I could just do a tease of identifying you to say another person's name, I'm sure you'll not remember. But I know that by the end of the 3 days, we'll be able to interact more closely and exchange contacts so that we get to know each other at a personal level. Again, I'll introduce myself again so that you will remember. I'm Solomon Serwanja, and I'm a journalist. I've been a journalist for the last 15 years covering the health sector. And I got an opportunity to really take a deep dive into this whole thing called vaccine manufacturing in Africa and what it really will take. And I summed up my research into a piece which will ground our conversation today. And so I'd want to invite you to watch this piece that I have done so that from it, we can start to debate and have a conversation on this issue of vaccine manufacturing. And I want to say a special thank you to AHAKI. Can we give them a round of applause? and to all our partners for making this event possible. All right, is the team ready? Okay, let's roll.
Mention COVID-19, and we all remember the loved ones we lost.
The bill will still undergo scrutiny in the Parliament's Health Committee.
Over 15 million people died. During the pandemic, according to the estimates from the World Health Organization. The pandemic caught us by surprise, overwhelming our health systems in both developed and developing countries alike. Medical workers on the front line fought on to the very end. Sometimes it was so hard to bear. Watching people die as they gasped for breath. This was a state of emergency. What could save the world was a vaccine. For years, that's the fastest a vaccine has ever been developed, but most take about 5 to 10 years. Every second spent was a breath taken. Time was not on our side. Dozens of research teams around the world, largely from the global north, rushed to the labs to develop a vaccine for SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, using a mix of established techniques and technologies. Funding for a vaccine has never been greater, with billions of dollars invested in making a product that could help control the pandemic. The US, China, and Europe invested the most as different pharmaceutical companies started the race for a vaccine. Moderna and Pfizer had established themselves as the leaders in the race of vaccine development by developing a COVID-19 vaccine. Both companies published their initial clinical data between July and August. By 31st December 2020, Pfizer developed a COVID vaccine with an efficacy of about 95%. AstraZeneca followed later in February, Johnson & Johnson in March, Moderna in April, and many others as the months unfolded. With a vaccine in hand, vaccine nationalism was evident. Many high-income countries directly negotiated large advanced orders for the vaccines, leaving resource-limited countries scrambling for access. AstraZeneca said it had reached an agreement with several governments, including the UK and the US, to produce at least 2 billion doses of vaccines. At the time, Africa remained desperate for vaccines. Despite the existence of international structures like the COVID-19 Vaccine Global Access COVAX, Africa was left in the cold, unable to procure enough vaccines for its people. COVAX strategized its approach by promoting fundraising, coordinating vaccine donations from countries with surplus doses, and facilitating the expansion of the manufacturing capacity. After waiting for months, donations started trickling in from COVAX facilities and other countries from the global north and China. This was a big lesson for African leaders. In April 2021, African Union Commission and the African Center for Disease Control held a summit calling for a framework of action that will enable Africa to manufacture 60% of its own vaccines by 2040. In 2022, the Partnerships for African Vaccine Manufacturing, PAVAM, presented a framework that forms the blueprint of how the continent is going to achieve this goal by being self-reliant and meeting her vaccination needs. I'm investigative journalist Solomon Serwanja. I speak with African leaders, scientists, researchers, investors, and representatives from civil society to seek answers to what it will really take for Africa to manufacture 60% of its vaccines locally by 2040. It is 5th March 2023. African leaders, scientists, researchers, civil society, investors, and partners gather in Rwanda's capital Kigali for the Africa Health Agenda International Conference 2023. Top on agenda is a candid discussion on how the COVID-19 tested the resilience of our health systems and the lessons that we learned.
We are not investing adequately in the health workforce. We are not investing adequately in pandemic preparedness and response machinery. Neither are we investing adequately in the health system itself. We are living through the consequences of a failure to adequately invest and prioritize public health needs in Africa. And this is the very impetus of Africa CDC's call for a new public health order, guided by the principles of local ownership, of local leadership, of equity, of innovation, and self-reliance.
There is a lot of optimism in the room, premising on our experience, especially on how the Global North handled this emergency.
Where these investments were made, there was infrastructure, there was capacity, there was capability already in place that they could leverage to then accelerate activities. And this is the issue when it comes to Africa. We need to gear ourselves up. We have started now largely because of the trigger of COVID to do so. That needs to gain momentum by an order of magnitude or two into the future. But I'm encouraged and optimistic that if we build on this surge that we've had in terms of interest around vaccine development and manufacture on the continent, then we can achieve something.
But it will take more than just hope, according to Patrick Tipol, the Executive Director of the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative. Patrick, who also doubles as the Chief Science and Innovations Officer at BioVac, a South African firm that produces vaccines, tells me that vaccine manufacturing takes huge investment, and therefore there are some guarantees that have to be made before anyone sinks a dollar into this venture, especially the market.
60% of the Gavi volumes come into Africa, so it's not trivial at all. So Gavi is a big market shaping player in Africa. And again, very encouragingly, Gavi is re-looking at its model to see how that can incentivize investments in vaccine production. But governments also have a role to play. The self-procuring countries need to put their money where their mouths are and come up with a plan that says, we will buy from local African producers as and when their products become available and meet the requisite quality requirements. We guarantee purchase from them.
But the guarantee of the market would require commitment from African states and their partners. For anyone to invest in vaccine manufacturing, numbers count.
Vaccine production relies on economies of scale to be cost effective. And the reason for that is that between 70% and 80% of the vaccine production costs are fixed costs. So the variable costs are only 20%, which means that as you increase volume, your costs don't increase proportionately. So when you build up to scale, the cost of goods go down, and that means that you can then begin to compete in the open market on a more competitive basis. So during that window period of 10 or years plus, African vaccine manufacturers require the support in terms of a premium that governments and other procuring agencies are prepared to pay in order to build this capacity, so that in the event of a pandemic, whenever it comes, we will have the capacity prepared and ready on the continent.
In some countries where economies of scale have been guaranteed, investments have already been made in research and development and setting up infrastructure for mass production. For example, BioVac in South Africa, Atlantic Life Science in Ghana, to mention but a few. Just to have a glimpse of what this means, I visited Cipla Quality Chemicals, a pharmaceutical manufacturing company located in Uganda's capital, Kampala. It is the largest pharmaceutical manufacturing plant in sub-Saharan Africa, certified by WHO to manufacture medicines for treating HIV/AIDS and malaria. Ajay Kumapal is the CEO of the pharmaceutical giant. The company produces and supplies 16 million doses of both antiretroviral drugs and antimalarials combined to over 18 countries across Africa.
Demand justifies what you can invest and how you're going to make sure there is return on that investment. So starting point for Africa is demand. There is progress with AFCFTA that we can move goods from one place to other place without any barriers. And there is huge amount of change we have seen. But to reach that point, Africa has to start look itself as one market with no barrier among each other. Because if we look into smaller countries, and some with population of 10 million people, some with population of 40 million people, some with population of 150 million people, and somebody wants to invest in a country with 10 million population, the market is too small to justify that investment.
Ajay, however, emphasizes partnerships and specialization. If Africa is to achieve its goal of producing both vaccines and pharmaceuticals to treat its population,
we can decide that one country takes a lead in research and development and one takes a lead in manufacturing. Easiest way to expand to is to add on to what you're already doing. So most easier companies to grow is those who are already established and they expand because they already have know-how, they already have support, they already have an understanding. For them, it's always easier to build more capacity. Second one is to partner with someone. And that partnership can be in various spaces with respect to what leg of pharmaceutical value chain you start. Do you start with packaging, or you start with manufacturing, or you do the core API production? Third could be for small innovations, specifically for innovative therapies, right? New, like in today's world, beyond mRNA, now DNA. Now those are smaller investment like innovators. And then you invest them as seed investment or startups. Then you outgrow them as they started to operate on a model which is successful, which could be defined by demand.
Speaking of research and development, one of the core programs of PAVAM is putting in place vaccine research and development centers and coordinating platforms. It all starts here. It is where the brain work begins, developing the vaccine. It takes scientists, sophisticated equipment, and heavy investment to get through the process of producing a vaccine. One such place is the Uganda Virus Research Institute, a center of excellence in research on viruses in Eastern Central Africa. Equipped with the state-of-the-art technology and machinery, as well as human resources, the center has been studying different viruses including HIV, Marburg, Ebola, and the latest COVID-19. Professor Pontiano Kalebu heads the institute.
For vaccine development, many people look at the end product of a vaccine, but there are so many things that are involved. For instance, we've been working at, if you want to have a vaccine, what immune response do you want to induce? Yeah? There are people here who have been studying for a long time to understand an immune response a vaccine should induce for HIV. Yeah? So they studied the immune responses, but this is what is needed. That contributes to vaccine development. The people who are looking at the viruses. What viruses do we have? And which composition to put into a vaccine? That's very important. Yeah? the people who are doing clinical trials, that's important. We have been looking at transmitted viruses to understand how they look so that we can design an HIV vaccine. We have not developed an HIV vaccine, but we have been contributing. But more recently, we have been, even before COVID, I can tell you, before COVID, we had one of our students, we collaborated with Imperial College to start a vaccine manufacture facility, for messenger RNA, interestingly, even before COVID. And we sent our student to London to design a vaccine for Rift Valley fever. He designed it, it went into mice, it was nice. Now he has reproduced it here, And that, as he was doing this, that's when COVID came. So we started thinking about this even before COVID. So we have really students and scientists who are working on RNA vaccines here.
Though the process has been slow, the center is going into clinical trials for COVID-19 vaccine.
Currently, we're working on COVID vaccines, from the bench, from the lab. We have reached at a level where we want to test these vaccines in mice. That's easier, but to go into humans, you need good manufacturing practice. We don't have the facility. We have started talking to contract this out to others, and that is possible. You don't need to do the whole chain. You can design and have your IP, patent issues, you design the vaccine, then you contract another company to do the GMP because you have not reached, you don't have any facility that can do GMP. That is possible. You retain your scientific discovery and IP issues, but others can do the finer bits.
He, however, opines that Africa's focus on research and development has been rather blurry, with limited funding affecting their ability to do advanced vaccine research.
But there is not a lot of investment in research, as you know. We have not reached all the goals that African governments promised many years back to invest in research and development. That's a big problem. But also in manufacture, if you leave research and development alone, but also to develop the capacity to have facilities that are going to make vaccines and diagnostics and drugs at the international standards, we are very, very much behind. But we've been talking about this over a period of time. For many of you, you are hearing this because of COVID. I've been in many African meetings for years during the time of HIV/AIDS. We're talking about all this. How do we invest in research and development for vaccines? It's a little bit complicated.
Professor Kalebu is now mooting for the idea of African unity to collectively work together to develop and support different research and development centers of excellence. But as the interest for African states to invest in scientific research and development grows, Professor Kalebu is advocating for technology transfer.
As you know, in Africa, we have a few countries that have plants, manufacturing plants, about 6 of them. The low-hanging fruit is to really make negotiations with the vaccine developers to transfer so that they can do fill and finish. Some of these countries are doing that so that we can, South Africa, Senegal, Egypt, Morocco, and all that, so that we can, even without doing our own R&D, but negotiate intellectual property and markets and do that.
A classic example where technology transfer has worked very well is in South Africa, where BioVac formed a partnership with Sanofi and Pfizer.
In summary, government went to these companies and said, we have a local vaccine manufacturer called BioVac. If you've won the tender for product 1, if you agree to transfer part of your technology to BioVac for localizing certain aspects of the vaccine manufacturing value chain, we would extend that tender by 3 years to a total of 5 years. So for 5 years, you would have unchallenged access to the South African market and supply to the Department of Health for your product. In the case of Sanofi, it was the Hexaxim. And it was attractive enough for Sanofi to consider that as a deal, formed a transaction with BioVac, and the rest is history, in that technology transfer has led to BioVac having vial filling and finishing capability that has been built up over a period of time.
But even with this, Neha Agarwal, the Global Diagnostics Programs Director at PATH, says that Africa needs to look beyond just technology transfer in vaccine manufacturing.
You know, I think technology transfer is something, it's easy on paper and very hard to do in reality. And so I think you need experts who've been there, that have done that have been integral to the actual innovation process. And I think that there are a lot of partners who are interested and really willing to support technology transfer. So I think we need to tap into that a bit more. When we think about things like, what are the various reagents and raw materials that we need to make a vaccine? A lot of those are hosted at places like NIBSC, the National Institute for Biologics and Standards, which is out of the UK. That's actually a government entity that runs that. And then there's other companies like the big pharmaceutical companies that do a lot of their antibody manufacturing themselves. They have very little incentive to make those reagents available to smaller scale manufacturers based in LMICs or even based in the global north.
Neha also argues that sustainable vaccine manufacturing will require financial independence from the global north, or better still, partnerships.
We need to localize the funding ecosystem, because if it's still global north partners funding the localization, what if funding dries up? What if there's another pandemic and all of a sudden research dollars go back to global north priorities? So the more we can take steps to localize the entire ecosystem, then only will we really have sustainability.
The issue of financing has been central to the discussion of Africa's dream of self-reliance on its pharmaceuticals and vaccines. Back at the Africa Health Agenda Conference, Dr. Magda Robalo poured her heart out to challenge African leaders and the private sector to take keen interest in funding the entire vaccine manufacturing value chain.
We need to look into our own internal resources and then look for external partnerships to complement our efforts, but it cannot be. It's a matter of sovereignty. You cannot have an ambitious goal of producing 60% of the vaccines your people need by 2040 and then sit and wait for foreigners to bring the money for you to do it.
Another key issue that has been raised by health experts is the establishment of quality management systems to ensure that all vaccines produced in Africa are at global standards. In fact, one of the programs of PAVAM is strengthening national regulatory agencies and regional centers of regulatory excellence. Dr. Margaret Sigonda is one of the people championing this cause. She is the head of health programs at the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, and currently leading the regulatory workstream of the PAVAM framework.
With regulation, you can be assured that the patients will have access to safe, efficacious, and good quality medical products. Without it, the market will be flooded by substandard and falsified medical products, and that's a risk to public health. So you want to make sure that you have very robust systems to ensure that the risk posed by medicines is actually averted. And another good news is that on the continent, we already have 5 national regulatory agencies that have attained the WHO maturity level 3, which is really a criteria that is used to measure the robustness and the trustedness of your regulatory system in a country. So that is good news for Africa, because even for AMA, to have a strong AMA, you require strong national regulatory agencies. And so we think that with the 5 national regulatory agencies that have attained such a maturity status, then they can become like anchors and mentors to other regulatory agencies that are aspiring to also mature, and eventually we can have a really robust regulatory ecosystem on the continent once AMA is fully operational.
Dr. Sigonda is quite optimistic about the progress so far made on the regulatory framework and support to national and regional bodies.
And to date, as I'm speaking now, we already have some continental guidelines developed already to guide the member states in undertaking these activities. We've also been able to create what we call continental framework for vaccines lot testing and lot release. And essentially, this framework for vaccines testing and lot release is aiming at assisting especially vaccine-producing countries that do not have laboratory capacity to be able to benefit from those that have capacity. Currently, on the continent, we have South Africa that has capacity to do vaccines testing in lot release, and Egypt. These are the two countries. Others are still trying to build their capacity.
Their efforts to operationalize the African Medicines Agency, which will be the continental regulatory body to oversee vaccine manufacturing on the continent.
African Medicines Agency is a very critical piece when it comes to strengthening the regulatory ecosystem on the continent. And I think it should also be known that the African Medicines Agency is an offshoot of the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative, because AMA is a treaty-based organization and it requires countries to ratify before they become members of the state parties of AMA. And so currently we only have 24 countries that have ratified and deposited the instrument of ratification with the African Union Commission. So it may take time to get all the countries on board, but the good thing is that since we already have an existing initiative, the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative, which is catering for all the 55 member states, so it makes it easier to make sure that all the countries are supported and all countries are part and parcel of operationalization of the African Medicines Agency.
But as we wait for all countries to deposit their instruments of power to the African Medicines Agency, there are efforts to approve some vaccines that have been developed recently.
We are working on a program which is focusing on vaccines development for Lassa fever in West Africa. Lassa fever is a disease that is affecting mostly the West Africa region. And we've reached a point where we have dedicated, program to do epidemiological studies, but also R&D for vaccines for Lassa fever. And we are also capacitating the regulators and the ethics committee to be able to give the necessary approval so that such vaccines can be availed, can be accessible by the population in the Western African region. We're also looking into, for instance, Rift Valley fever that is affecting mostly sub-Saharan Africa. We're looking into how best can we use these structures that we have, the regional structures, the national regulatory agency, the ethics committee, to provide oversight on and making sure that we have such vaccines available to the people on the continent for diseases that affect us most.
At the tail end of the vaccine manufacturing value chain is the demand for the vaccines. It is one thing making the vaccines, it is another thing for the public to accept the vaccines. There is growing vaccine hesitancy among the population, which in itself is a challenge. Dr. Moses Mulumba is the Executive Director of Afya na Haki, a civil society organization whose focus is on promoting health and justice through the Afrocentric ideology. He argues that it is important to involve communities at the grassroots level in the vaccine manufacturing conversation.
The missing point in the entire conversations on vaccine and regional manufacturing is that we have kept it very high level, we've kept it at a policy level, and we are forgetting that the end is at the end user who is going to be benefiting. So we are not engaging them enough. People in the communities don't relate with the science that we are discussing. People at a country level are also not relating enough with the conversations at the African Union. And this is not surprising because we have seen that even at the sub-regional level, like at the East African community, at the SADC level, we are never capable of translating the conversations of sub-regional level to the national level. Now, if we can't translate that to the national level, a huge opportunity is missed. And it becomes very difficult for people at a country level and within communities to pick up these global, regional, important conversations.
He argues that communities are also central to holding governments accountable to their commitments if well mobilized by civil society.
This starts with community mobilization. Once the community knows what their governments have committed, through civil society organizations, through the patient groups, it is going to be very easy. We've seen that things like maternal mortality, communities have been able to hold governments accountable. We've seen that people have been able to hold parliamentary conversations, and they have rejected budgets which parliaments are passing without increasing them. And in some sectors, we've seen improvement. So this is very, very important. Community mobilization and accountability mechanisms as part of the governance for these vaccines that we are talking about is going to be very central and critical.
Accountability, according to Dr. Mulumba, is advocating for legal and policy frameworks to support vaccine manufacturing and trade within Africa.
When I see positive narratives around the fact that it's possible to have 60% by 2040 vaccine manufactured on the continent, I think that is very promising. But we need to follow it up with political support, political will. We need to follow it up with coordination, proper partnerships that we need to be seeing. But we also need to be foresighted, because we don't only need vaccines. There is a whole infrastructure that is required. How do you deliver the vaccines? How do you ensure that all these other commodities that accompany the vaccines are actually followed? And it's very important. So it's important that the ambition is there, but this ambition needs to be followed with policies and implementation of those policies.
Legal and policy frameworks will, however, not be the magic bullet. Professor Oyewale Tomori, a virologist from Nigeria, has been advocating for African unity as a means of achieving vaccine independence.
We need to look at diseases as another disease, as another colonial enemy, as another enemy which must combine together. As we overcame the colonial people, so also we'll be able to overcome diseases by uniting together, bringing in all the resources we have. It's not every country in Africa that has every talent, but if we pull all our resources together, we can overcome and stop being a beggar to the world.
Unity, according to Professor Tomori, will also require pulling financial resources together to support vaccine manufacturing.
If all Africa decide we're going to buy our vaccine from Senegal, Senegal will be sustainable. But if we just say, oh no, we're waiting for bilateral assistance, we're waiting for donation, instead of putting our money into it, of course the man who gives you the donation is not going to let you buy from Senegal. He's going to let you buy from his own country. That's where the problem is, that division, not coming together. That's why it makes vaccine production in Africa unsustainable. But all we require, as I said, we cannot produce all the vaccine we need. But 4, 5, 6 of them have countries that have the capacity, let them produce the vaccine. And then every one of us in Africa will buy from that person. We will sustain it. And then they can even move on to other things in future. But so long as we are still have that mentality that, oh, donation has to come or something, we will never get to that level.
Africa's vaccine manufacturing agenda must be fronted with political will to provide great leadership and direction. Professor Tomori is now challenging leaders to rise to the occasion.
Long-term investment is what made Europe what it is today. Our own is a short-term thing sometimes. We have what you call political will. But political will is mere talk. It has to be backed up by commitment, and that's the fund. Is it that we don't have the fund? I don't think so. I think it's because we're misusing the funds we have, and that's why we're where we are today. How many resolutions have we signed in Africa? They are more than the disease that but what did we do with the resolution?
He fears that the worst could come in case we do not move fast.
Remember what happens. When the epidemic goes, that's the end of the epidemic, Africa forgets what is happening until the next one comes. The lessons we learned from the past one, we forget easily. And we start running helter-skelter when the next one comes. And I think that attitude has to change.
Nevertheless, he remains hopeful about the future.
I have hope. I would not be talking to you now if I didn't have hope. I'm 70-something years old, and I've been struggling for this for the last 50 years. If I'm still talking, it's because I have hope. And the hope may not be me, maybe me at the background to talk to, but for you young people, to take up Africa in your own hand and say it should not be like what was happening to my grandfather.
Africa's dream of manufacturing 60% of its vaccine needs by 2040 is quite ambitious, but all of us have hope that if we start today by being deliberate about implementing the blueprint in the PAVAM commitment hold ourselves accountable to the target set, we shall indeed get there. For now, though, I remain hopeful that one day we shall stop begging and start giving. Solomon Serwanja, AIJ, unveils.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was quite a detailed piece. This work was supported by AHAKI and Open Society. So let's give a round of applause to the team. And AMA, thank you very much for enabling the Institute to be able to do this work. Can we put the lights on, please? Thanks. So it was quite a deep dive into the subject of vaccine manufacturing. I think that really forms the core of our conversation today. And it would be only fair for me to invite Dr. Moses Mulumba. Can we have the lights on, please, before Dr. Moses comes? This story captures the different elements of what it will take us to actually be able to manufacture our own vaccine. So I hope you learned something, a thing or two out of it, and it would tickle us to get into that subject of conversation of how do we actually implement the PAVAM, the Partnership for Vaccine Manufacturing. It's all of us' ambition. We have a target of 2040. I don't know if we are dreaming so big, but we have a target of 2040 to be able to manufacture 60% of our vaccines. If you check with the numbers, we're doing at about 1%, right? We're just manufacturing about 1% of our own vaccines, later on pharmaceuticals. So I hope that this investigative piece, this insightful research piece, will be able to ground our conversation today. I'm buying time for you to put on the lights, so I don't know. Yeah. So when I was doing this investigation, part of me was hopeful. Part of me was telling me that, you know, we need to go beyond hope and focus deeper on what we really need to do as a continent to be able to manufacture those vaccines. And that is why we are here. What can we do as a black race, as a people, to be able to manufacture our own vaccines? Dr. Mulumba, I will invite you as I try to work back end. Okay, the lights are here. Let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Mulumba, the Director General of Afya na Haki, to come and officially welcome us to this conference and also share with us and lay the groundwork for our discussion. Dr. Mulumba, karibu sana. Thank you so much for organizing this, and the entire team at AHAKI. Karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, allow me to take this opportunity to give our welcoming remarks on behalf of Afya na Haki and the partners that we are working with on this program of work. It's been many years of engagement on the subject of pharmaceutical manufacturing generally. And as you may know, COVID-19 was only a wake-up call on a subject so dear to many of us and on issues that we have talked about for very many years. Immediately after my graduation as a student, the first piece of work that I ever engaged in was on policies, and policies that trigger access to pharmaceuticals. And because I spent over 10 years working on intellectual property issues before COVID, I almost thought that the biggest challenge of Africa is on bad intellectual property laws. We worked at a country level. The time I began doing work in Uganda, the Industrial Properties Act, which is the one regulating patents, was a very old one, anchored on the 1994 conversations and not taking advantage of the policy space that WTO had provided over the years for least developed countries. So we really worked so hard, and I remember drafting model provisions for the Parliament of Uganda to discuss, and we eventually got the Industrial Properties Act passed into a legislation that had enabling provisions on access to medicines. And the basic ask under it was, if we are to manufacture medicines or if we are to import medicines in a least developed country like Uganda, can we not be inhibited by the policies, the intellectual property policies? And we got those flexibilities. Along the way, we realized that many countries within the East African region were actually struggling to adopt the TRIPS flexibilities. So we invested a lot of time at the East African level. And I remember at that time, GIZ was supporting ESC to adopt the East African Protocol on utilization of TRIPS flexibilities. And again, we invested time, almost 7 years. And at the East African level, we adopted the protocol on TRIPS flexibilities. And as a policy person, I was still very excited that I think we are making the progress. Around that time, the big conversation turned into anti-counterfeit legislation. The people that realized that we're adopting intellectual property laws that were progressive in nature began to develop a series of anti-counterfeit legislation that was simply defining generic medicines as counterfeit. If you remember very well, along the Dutch area, the ships that were bringing in commodities would be seized based on arguments on anti-counterfeiting. So we went on a fight and fought the anti-counterfeit legislation in Kenya. We came to Uganda, did the same, and then went to the East African level and still worked very hard at a sub-regional level to adopt a legislation that was actually making it clear that generic medicines are not counterfeits. At that time, UNDP invested some money at a country level in Uganda and several other countries. And arguments began to develop that this firefighting on policy issues is actually pointing to one important issue. That unless we promote local pharmaceutical manufacturing, it's going to be very difficult to realize African dreams and sustainability on pharmaceuticals. So I worked with Dr. Kibira there. We were still young men then. And we developed a tool where we did one of the first assessments on the challenges of local pharmaceutical manufacturing. And that study made me realize a lot of things. This is before COVID. That no matter how flexible the policies are and how much we implement the policies, we may never realize the dream of access to pharmaceuticals if we don't sustainably promote manufacturing at a country level. I read so many documents. I was so surprised that the document that spells out primary health care actually indicated that part of realizing primary health care is promoting local pharmaceutical manufacturing. And the statement I read there was that in a shorter term, it may appear very expensive to establish pharmaceuticals, but it's much cost effective in a long term to invest in local pharmaceutical manufacturing. In Uganda at a time, I think there were about 8 industries. But there were a couple of industries that had closed at the time we did that study. And some of the reasons of closure were interesting. I remember one pharmaceutical industry that had opened and had been in business for over 10 years. The investors decided to close it, and they went into manufacturing biscuits and quencher, the drinks. And their argument was that pharmaceutical manufacturing doesn't make business sense in the context of Uganda. And we did extensive interviews in that study, so many things. And we also interviewed success stories like Quality Chemicals. That time, Quality Chemicals was the big thing. I think we had lost money of the Global Fund, and Quality Chemicals was able to convince government of Uganda to give it part of the budget, of the health budget that year, to be able to provide the ARVs that we are not getting under Global Fund. So they got quite some good money. And the hope was that Quality Chemicals will be a trigger in the region to see that things happen. I sort of moved backwards and spent about 5 years without doing work on pharmaceuticals and access to medicines, and then COVID hit. When COVID hit, it revisited the conversations we've been having for 10 years with colleagues at Equinet, with HEPS Uganda. And I remembered all these meetings where we were talking about the importance of flexibilities. So we went into a mood of Africa still discussing charity. That we need to have trade policies that promote charity. People in Africa should be able to import through parallel importation. People in Africa should be able to do compulsory licensing. We should be able to have opportunities for all other flexibilities, including border provisions on research on existing pharmaceuticals. Indeed, the bigger campaigns, including our colleagues at the Third World Network in Geneva, almost zeroed down on trips. Let's have the flexibilities. Let's have compulsory licensing. Let's allow this and this for COVID-19 vaccines. That didn't materialize. In fact, China was able to import vaccines here to give its nationals who were here. And many stories are told about vaccine diplomacy, where China would actually come with the vaccine as the offer, and then you give some contracts. So vaccine diplomacy also became a very big issue. We are still in that phase of trying to recover from the pandemic, and things haven't changed. We still import 70 to 90% of our pharmaceuticals. And when it comes to vaccines, as has been highlighted in the video, over 90% importation is not a good sign for the continent. But we've argued from a point of positive narratives in Africa. It's not that we are sleeping. The continent is not sleeping. There are so many positive things which are happening on the continent. We've launched the pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa. We have the African Medicines Agency efforts those that are in regulation, the African model law is critical for making us reach where we want to reach. The African Free Trade Agreement has been looked at as giving us so many opportunities. And I also realized during COVID-19 that many countries had home-based solutions for controlling COVID-19. But some things still strike. Those that are not in Uganda, we had a young man that came up with a solution that they thought that this solution would be very helpful for COVID-19. The National Drug Authority responded by arresting the young man. And the president in his speech, he said, "Oh, don't arrest the man. I think probably there is hope in what he has innovated." The medication that Ugandans tried to rely on, Covidex, became a subject of controversy between the company and the doctor who was at the forefront. But there was something. Then we had, Dr. Ayume will remember in Parliament, the conversation on the golden rats. Investing money in efforts of research and development. We are, as a continent, we are not sleeping. Part of the challenge is that we still struggle with the frameworks. And the Eurocentric frameworks and approaches sometimes have been a big problem for us as a continent. It's also been many cases on the African continent where we've actually manufactured and we've not manufactured for our consumption. We've manufactured during the COVID-19 era to take to other areas of work, of other communities in Europe and in the US. So there is some bit of potential. There are frameworks on the African continent. What is that thing that we need to trigger the realization of the dream that we have for manufacturing? I will use pharmaceuticals generally because vaccines are more complicated, even much more complicated. And these questions, we need to have them at the back of our mind as we think. I think the African Union, when you review the initiatives, has actually tried. The political will, if you think about it, or political commitment, has been there. But probably it has not moved to the levels that we wish to see things. Of course, I know vaccine manufacturing and pharmaceuticals is more complicated. But in Uganda, when we made a decision that there is no importation of tiles, or if you decide to import, the taxes are going to be 3 or 4 times what they were. I have seen more than 4 tiles manufacturing plants, and the whole village somewhere manufacturing tiles. So consumption currently of tiles, imported tiles, has drastically gone down. What happens? What triggers that? Why are the business people not investing in pharmaceuticals? I think for me those basics are going to be very important in understanding where we need to be heading. How do we trigger investment more seriously in R&D? I learned that on the continent, the average investment on R&D in pharmaceuticals is less than 0.5% of the national GDP. How do we avoid uncoordinated movement on the continent on pharmaceuticals? If we have quality chemicals, what can we set up in Rwanda? What can we have in Ethiopia that's different from what Quality Chemicals is doing? I think these are conversations that we need to interest ourselves in. I think for me, the biggest question has been all these technical conversations on pharmaceutical manufacturing. Don't they have a place for civil society? Don't they have a space for academia that is not scientific but policy? Don't they have a space for private manufacturers association? We are currently engaging with Meta to find out how powerful our private manufacturers associations are and how can they be strengthened. Pharmaceutical manufacturing is also political. Without sufficient political engagement and bringing the agenda on the front line of the Independent and Daily Monitor, it's going to be very difficult sometimes to achieve what we want to achieve. So part of our humble contribution as non-scientists could probably be investing in understanding places of influence and triggering resources based on serious policy engagement. And we can't do this without the technocrats. The whole purpose of this convening is to think about how we can do things differently in Africa, how we can generate interest beyond the laboratories to the communities out, to civil society out, to academia beyond those in pharmaceuticals, to begin raising some of the political, social, and economic aspects that are going to be important for triggering vaccine manufacturing and pharmaceutical manufacturing broadly. I think I have more questions than answers. Solomon, you asked me to make opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Many questions than answers. We're investing, Moses, did you say less than 0.5% of our GDP in research and development? And it somewhat starts there, right? Thank you, the Director General of Afya na Haki, for giving us your opening remarks and for triggering us to think towards answering those questions later on as we go into the different panel discussions. I want to now invite Dr. Maurice Seru, who is the Commissioner for Pharmaceuticals and National Medicines at the Ministry of Health, to come and also give us his welcome and opening remarks. Karibu. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I came in late. I had another meeting to open somewhere. But as I entered, I heard Moses speaking. I think he spoke my mind. But once again, you're welcome. I can see some faces. I don't know. I think some are from other countries. You're welcome to Uganda. I bring greetings from Minister of Health, and I'm here representing the Minister of Health. I know today we're going to discuss about manufacturing of vaccine in this country, in Africa. It's very important. I know this has been triggered, as we all know, what we experienced during COVID-19. It laid bare that if we don't develop our own systems, we will always be at the mercy of the developed world. But unfortunately, everyone now is thinking of COVID vaccine. But as you know, right now, as we talk now, we may be having more vaccine than what? Than the demand. So the real issue should be we should invest much more in the ordinary vaccines that those are of most, that's which are commonly used in this part of the world. Those for malaria, for cholera, measles, and that. Such that at the end of the day, because this epidemic now have COVID-19, tomorrow have another what? we would have another epidemic, a new epidemic. But if we developed our system to be able to produce our own vaccine, those that are commonly used in this part of the world, at least we'll be able to develop competence and skills such that if another epidemic comes in, we could be able quickly to repurpose our technologies to address the new vaccine. And I think that's the way to go. Because if we go for vaccines of epidemic, this is going to come and go. So that's an idea. Then two, I've seen somewhere our leaders committed by 2040 to be able to produce 60% of the vaccines here. That's a very good, it's a good target. But to reach there, 240 is not far. It's very near. There's a lot of things that must be put in place. For instance, out of the 10 vaccine plants in this part of in this continent, only one is pre-qualified by WHO. So there's a lot of groundwork to do before we can think of reaching that 60%. We need most of our regulatory authorities on the continent. They are maturity level 1. I think we have very few at maturity level 2. So we need to develop them to reach that maturity, whereby if we produce the vaccines, they'll be accepted to be bought by these international agencies like Gavi and the like. And that's very serious, because I think when we came in, Moses was talking about quality chemicals. I remember in 2007, when we started quality chemicals, we had thought we'd be able to produce ARVs that Global Fund can buy. Later we realized, Global said, no, you must be competitive. Already at that time, the production cost here was high, so we couldn't compete in price. Two, the plant was not pre-qualified by WHO, so we couldn't, despite being able to produce, we had excess capacity, but we couldn't produce for Global Fund and for PEPFAR because we needed to be WHO pre-qualified. It took us some time, but the good thing, because someone talking about political will, our government took a stand and put a fund that for us would support. I think by then we started from 60 billion, we went up to 180 to support quality chemicals until it reached a level where its commodities could be recognized and be bought by other countries and the like. But two, someone talked about the AAU, that the 60% it was AAU. We know our leaders mean well. I will talk purposely, for instance, I will talk about the EAC. Our leaders have made a lot of commitments in the summit, but when we go back down, it takes us time to actualize them, to put them in practice. There's an example. In EAC in East Africa, we wanted to harmonize regulation, to harmonize the regulation of medicine. And we thought, as early as 2006, that we should have like mutual recognition. Say that something which is, if it's registered in Kenya, registered in Tanzania or in Rwanda, it can easily come in here without us going to inspect and doing all those assessments. But as I talk now, we have not reached that. That's already how many years ago? Almost 18 years. We have not reached mutual recognition of our regulatory authorities. What we've done, we do joint assessment. But that's not where I wanted to be. So you can see 18 years down the road, we would not reach where we were. So from now to 223 to 240 is also only 17. So there's a lot of work to do, but I think if we put all our heads together, and if as countries we start what we agree on REX, in regional undertaking, if we put it in place. Unfortunately, what happens when we go to Arusha, we agree on something, we pass it to the summit, they pass it. When we come back, domesticating it becomes a problem. So as we deliberate today, we should think, we're going to agree here, but we should agree on the things that we know we can easily dominated. And Moses was asking, what is in? What can the civil society do exactly? That's what civil society can do. Look at what our leaders have agreed, what we have agreed as REX, as a continent, and put us under pressure to make sure those things are realized. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Maurice Seru. Dr. Maurice Seru is the Commissioner for Pharmaceuticals and Natural Medicines at the Ministry of Health. I want to now invite Dr. Ivan Lule, who is from the National Planning Authority and is at the multi-sectoral group, to spearhead pharma manufacturing in Uganda. Dr. Ivan Lule, you're very, very welcome. Karibu.
Thank you, Solomon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I am introduced as somebody who spearheads that forum, but I want to give the right portfolio. I'm the executive board member of the National Planning Authority, the institution mandated to formulate development plans. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this meeting who have gathered us here for a very important matter that relates with our continent-wide development aspirations. First, as Africans, the Africa we need, or the Africa that we want. And as you all know, among the 7 aspirations for Agenda 2063, we have a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Within that goal, within that aspiration, we have the goal of healthy and well-nourished citizens, specifically talking about health. And many other things are written there. But it has been a long story since 2013, asking ourselves whether we are moving or we are getting there. And COVID-19 pandemic gave us a great opportunity to seize, and we need to seize it as much as we can. Before COVID, we always had issues about vaccines. People would debate whether to have vaccines or not. We had the story of the GMO, highly popularized anti-GMO and all that. But when COVID-19 came, people were getting jabs not knowing they're getting a GMO. I hope the press didn't capture that one. But they were very comfortable with the GMO, and we're happy that their lives were sustained. So we capture the moment. As scientists, we say when the moment is ripe, we capture it and move as fast as we can. In 2013, the first effort to have a pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa was conceptualized. If you remember, a business development plan was developed. We had a few meetings that happened and workshops for the compendium, and then we kept on losing momentum. If we had picked up the momentum at that time, I'm sure COVID-19 would have found us in a much better place. Nonetheless, I thank all those who participated in this, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Trade, that tried to ensure that this comes to realization. But like Solomon said, we shouldn't give up. Let's continue trying as much as possible as Africa. And at a particular time, I believe we shall be able to move. This workshop, I want to believe, and all other engagements that will follow are coming at a critical time, in the sense that we are now formulating the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. The first 10-year implementation plan ended, is it last year? This year, it ended last year, and this year we are starting the new one. So it is important that we position ourselves, the advocacy groups and all the entities that are around, to ensure that our interests are met in this case. At the same time, we are also starting the formulation of the NDP4 in the national context, the National Development Plan. And the formulation process has started. These are the windows where we strongly advocate for the aspects that we want. This is a new civil society group that I'm meeting. We always meet civil society groups when we are formulating NDP3. I'm yet to understand who represents these other civil society groups. I think the civil society groups are so many, or the advocacy groups are so many, and at the end of the day, we are overwhelmed by the interests. Because we as planners, our duty is to listen to you, and once you tell us your story, what you are saying, we try to create a long story out of it. Try to make it flow. So you are actually doing the planning and not us. As a country, we trace our journey from our national aspirations as defined in the Vision 2040. And Vision 2040 is conceptualized around strengthening the fundamentals to promote science, technology, engineering, and innovation. You'll be amazed, that's where it comes from. And the first citizen talking about science, he picks it from the vision, or the other way around. The vision picks it from him. It doesn't matter. It's all valid. Having established these STI fundamentals, the fundamentals I'm talking about are a basic road, because you're not going to put a pharmaceutical plant or in industry where you don't even have a road. You want to have a place where there is some school, such that the person going to work at the factory at least has a school to take his children. You must have health centers and hospitals. And those fundamentals took a great part of our NDP 1 and NDP 2. Moving to NDP 3, we are saying that if you put a road there, then let it be used for an ambulance and not to dry cassava, as you may see in some areas. So we are at the right time to see that we capture the opportunity. Once we have done these planning documents, the actualization always is a problem. The implementation, how do we move from that step downwards? And this has become very critical, especially to the advocacy groups. Beyond the time when we are presenting to you the plans and the evaluations, what happens in between is a question that we need to address. And I want to charge you as much as possible to come closer, or we come closer to you. And I'm very happy to be here because I've made a lot of contacts to continuously engage at the planning level on how these frameworks can actually be realized. For example, in 2020, we approved the National Industrial Policy. Moses talked about the trade policy. I'm an advocate of an industrial policy. I think that industrial policy is where we should go. But once we passed it, after serious review by cabinet and all the stakeholders, where are we? We need to take stock of that. We are moving to the 10-year industrialization master plan, which was developed by the National Planning Authority. This one defines the, we call them the light, the medium, and the high-tech industries. Vaccine manufacturing lies both in the light and the sophisticated industry. And if you look at that plan that we have developed, which is a 10-year plan running all the way up to 2033, we are asking ourselves, where are the pharmaceuticals? Where are the vaccines? We have so far, as a government, injected some resources in the aspect of innovation and technology development, but the level of commercialization we haven't yet reached. We think this is the time now to further engage and see how this masterpiece plan can actually be useful in pushing the agenda. And that means that we should be part of the process when these interventions are being developed. I'll give you an example. The NDP3 has a number of programs. It has a program on agro-industrialization, and it has a program on manufacturing, another program on private sector development. Rolling down the program, the NDP3 will realize that all the manufacturers are either falling in the private sector development program or in the agro-industrialization program. So at the end of the day, there was nobody in the manufacturing program. This is an opportunity for us, I think, to seize, and I'm ready to work. I'm ready to advocate as much as possible to see that we have a platform to move the agenda of vaccine manufacture. We see two avenues of introducing vaccines in our country at the level of manufacturing. We have the innovation and technology development, the stories of COVIDX and all those who have come up with prototypes to be incubated up to the point when they are able to have these vaccines on the market. It's quite a process. because the field trials for these drugs are quite hectic and the process takes a lot of time. And if you're running an annual budget or a 5-year development plan, this doesn't fit at all. The other processes are the ones taken by Quality Chemicals, maybe Day Pharma. I had somebody coming from Day Pharma, where you're having these share agreements, getting licenses to produce drugs on behalf of the others and are able to move. That has registered some results, and we want to explore that as much as. But as we move, or as I conclude, we need to ask ourselves a simple question, very simple one. Why do we want to manufacture the vaccines? Somebody may say, why am I asking that question? Because that will define the path and the related challenges we want to address. Are we producing the drugs for export? You produce all the drugs and they go out. Are you producing them for the well-being of a particular group of nationals? Or are you trying to beat the prices of the vaccines that are coming into the country? These questions have hidden answers. They will make us realize that the journey we are taking, we meet a lot of resistance from the existing players in the market. And we should be ready for it. On our best to promote vaccine manufacturing. I look forward to the deliberations and to network with you. Please be close to us, because we want to do a plan that is valid and not a formality. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Ivan Lule from the National Planning Authority. Planning is part of it. And I hope that since we have Dr. Yume here, that we also allocate the resources to deliver our national development plan. Sometimes we plan, but when it comes to resource allocation, I don't know if we go back to our national plan and focus on our budgets to really help us achieve our national plan. Are we okay? Just want to check. Everything okay? Are you well? Do you want to stretch a bit? I'm told I have to take you for break. Unfortunately, I think that I need to stretch a little bit more. I would love us to have a first presenter, after which then we can go for a break. Do we agree? Since we're a little bit behind schedule. Okay, great. Since I've got that consensus from you, I would love now to invite our first presenter today. We're privileged to be having Mr. Yarid. I hope I pronounced your name right. Mr. Yarid Zegiogis from the Africa CDC to come and talk to us about the state of vaccine manufacturing in Africa, where we as a continent in terms of vaccine manufacturing. And he has a PowerPoint. I hope the PowerPoint presentation is ready. The state of vaccine manufacturing in Africa, from Africa CDC. The last time I checked, I was told that we manufacture about 1% of our vaccines. 1 point? 0 point? 0.3. My goodness. We manufacture 0.03 of our vaccines. Interesting. There's a deep dive into this subject. So I believe Mr. Yarid will do us great with this presentation on that aspect. But I have had an opportunity of talking to different players in this vaccine value chain. And I mentioned in the investigation, in the story, or in my research, it's going to take us more than just political will. It's going to take us investment. It's going to take us convincing the private sector, the BioVac team that is so far manufacturing vaccines in South Africa leverages on numbers in terms of there must be some guarantees before anyone puts a dollar into this industry. I was informed that it's heavy investment, and therefore we must get guarantees from the rest of Africa to buy from our own Africans. Because if we don't, then we are not able to sustain the production value chain. I was also informed that the big players like Gavi need to be able to buy from us. A lot of our vaccines, like you've had, are imported. And sometimes there's an argument that was made in the documentary that if we do not produce vaccines that benefit us as a continent in terms of our diseases, if we don't work on the infrastructure, I'll tell you this, when COVID broke up, the West leveraged on the infrastructure that they had set up to actually get into the labs, and the scientists, the human resource, the infrastructure, the machinery, the brains, that they did not just wake up and from nowhere. They started somewhere. And I think that's why they were able to invest. Governments deliberately invest in research and development that they did not start from scratch. They started from somewhere. And in a record, was it 6 months? We had a vaccine. 6 months. The people in the world of vaccines say it takes about 5 years to develop a vaccine. In 6 months, we had a vaccine. And it's because they had the infrastructure, they had the scientists, they had the machinery, they had the investment into that world. So what will it take us as a continent to be able to hit our target? By 2040, the target is that we have to produce 60% of our vaccines from the continent. Now, why we're here today is, can we actually actualize the partnership for vaccine manufacturing blueprint? Or is it just paper that our leaders sat and discussed and it is not achievable? So today we want to hear on where we as a continent in terms of vaccine manufacturing, and we're privileged to be having Mr. Erid from the Africa CDC. You're very, very welcome, sir. You're welcome.
And thank you, and good morning again. And on behalf of Africa CDC, PAVM team, I would like to say thank you and AHAKI for organizing this event and inviting us to present a topic under the title, The State of Vaccine Manufacturing in Africa. And so this is my presentation outline. And first we'll see a brief overview on the current situation of vaccine manufacturing on the continent. And then we'll see the rationale for localizing health product manufacturing in Africa. And then, as you know, PAVM is at infancy, and we'll see its achievement, the multi-stage journey and achievement made over the past 2 years. And finally, we'll highlight, some few points as a way forward. So when we see the situation, the pharmaceutical manufacturing in Africa, can't say it's non-set. And Africa has limited access, limited manufacturing capacity. And it's about, when you look to overall pharmaceuticals, it's about 30 to 40%. We are producing only 30 to 40% of our pharmaceutical continent need. And when we look into a specific group of products and vaccines, as already said, it's it's more worse, and it's about 1%. And we are producing only 1%. And this capacity is concentrated into a few countries. And it's, when you look into its focus, most is fill and finish. And companies engaged in drug substance are limited. It's about 5 countries. And in a small scale. As already said, and vaccine publicity finally supplied through Gavi for about 40 countries. And having this and the situation as discussed during COVID vaccine, COVID pandemic peak. And we have limited access to ready available vaccine and related supplies. To avert this situation, the African Union calls for a new public health order aimed at safeguarding the health and economic security of the continent. And the new pillar calls for expanding manufacturing of vaccines, diagnostic and therapeutics, and we have said 60% to achieve 60% target by 2040. And for this, a partnership for African vaccine manufacturing, PAVM, is mandated to develop strategy and to execute it. So when we look at, may you help me in, please back again. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And when you look at, the overall pharmaceutical market of the continent, it's close to 30 billion, and over the past years, 5 years, is expected to grow by 4%. And this includes for vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. And we expect, more additional 7 billion in the coming 5 years. So what does this mean? What benefits this will have? This will have additional benefits that can be explained in terms of improving health and security, and capacity of emergency response, and improves the public health. And this is about improved access and affordability, and accelerating ongoing regional harmonization initiative, and alleviates technological expertise and capabilities. As we are saying, Africa, we have really trainable workforce that can easily adopt new technologies. And in broader sense, this will facilitate economic growth, as more creation of, in terms of creation of more jobs and more investment. And PAVM have got its objective in its multi-stage journey. And during the first phase in 2020, PAVM has its objectives, consolidating fact species, and finally developed and launched a framework for action. And then it comes the phase of last year and this year, and we are here. And during this year, we operationalized the Secretariat to drive implementation, launched implementation of priority bold programs identified, and a continental strategy for vaccine manufacturing value chain was a concern, and we are working on that. And then the new additional intervention came, which is beyond vaccines, and to include therapeutics and diagnostics. And over the coming years, especially the next 6 years, the objective was to extend adjacent product. In fact, continue to support vaccine-focused bold programs, and at the same time, are dealing with implementation of scaling additional interventions like supporting local manufacturing of therapeutics and diagnostics. And at the last stage, there is the steady state implementation. And during this phase, at pace implementation of identified bold programs will be required to achieve African self-reliance. And there will be a continuous assessment and refinement of interventions. Please, next slide. And toward this, I think we have prioritized, as clearly indicated in the FFA, we have prioritized 22 diseases, of which the legacy, expanding, and outbreak. For most, vaccine products have been already identified and available. And the issue is, to produce this in local market and to do on any progress initiative additional expansion. And especially for the outbreak diseases, the concern is we need to identify, we need to develop new vaccine. and this is through R&D related support and activities. And in fact, this technology focus will range from about 7 technology platforms, and this is through potential value chain analysis, be it fill and finish, priority vaccines, and later on for those technologies who are already available. We'll also deal with producing local raw material in the continent. Next slide, please. And PVM Task Force, clearly as indicated as highlighted in the video show, we have identified 8 bold programs, which are interrelated and interlinked 8 bold programs. Deals about market design and demand intelligence is one of the bold programs. Regulatory strengthening is one concern. And R&D and talent development, infrastructure development, technology transfer and IP, and access to finance. These are interrelated bold programs that drives this initiative into reality, and in the middle is the driving force is agenda setting and coordination and collaboration among different stakeholders. And over the course of the past 2 years, you can say we have played a strong role in driving stakeholders engagement and constant convening, different coordination, collaboration. And even as during day one, establishment of this PAVM during May 2021, during operationalization, developing of this strategy document, there was engagement of different stakeholders. And along Valley, there are so many engagements. These are a few showcases. And during February 2022, the FFA, Framework for Action for this document, has been endorsed by member states. And the first workshop on one of the bold programs, Market Intelligence and Demand Workshop, organized during June 2022. And this engagement continued, in fact, in 2023 as well. And the next important agenda was from one of the bold programs, is talent development. Talent development in the continent is a concern, and we are together with some of our key stakeholders. And during March 2023, we have reviewed our progress in the past and identified our priorities for 2023. And such engagement we are also on the global stage on World Vaccine Congress to advocate for our initiatives and for more coordination and collaboration with the global community. And this will continue, I think, in the years to come. And we have a lot to celebrate. I think to mention a few, and you see over the past 2 years, there are so many initiatives around vaccine manufacturing in partnership. More than 13 initiatives are going in the continent. And after 2021, over the past years, you can say Egypt, South Africa, and Ghana have reached maturity level 3. And still we are working on identifying 5 additional countries for RNA support. And again, there are 5 additional prioritized countries for similar support. And these are, aspirations, brief aspiration for 2023 on different bold programs: market design and demand intelligence, generation of evidence and stakeholder engagement was a concern, and the development of a legal framework for public procurement mechanism is also a concern, and we are working on stakeholders around talent development. Concern is established to up to 3 regional capacity and capability networks. And still we are also supporting, the immediate training needs of African manufacturers. So in the past, we have supported about 50 vaccine manufacturers, and also there are coming ones in Texas. 24 candidates have been identified, And also there is ongoing support on similar agenda. On regulatory tech transfer, agenda will be, for 2023, we'll launch 3 tech transfers, access to finance, infrastructure, R&D. These are also in all bold programs. We have aspirations for 2023, and there are desired outcomes that we'll jointly evaluate after completion of this year. And we can understand that the stakeholders in this room, civil society and stakeholders, can play a very important, indispensable role in advocating and strengthening local vaccine manufacturing. That can be explained in terms of advocacy for raise awareness of the benefits of building local vaccine manufacturing, shape and co-design policy and design decision making, and mobilize financial and technical support and resource to foster capability and institutional building. At last, as we can say, we consider this forum platform as, and we say, let's leverage this conference to identify new opportunities for regional stakeholder engagement and collaboration. And as Africa CDC, we are looking forward to engage with you, working with you, and jointly draft a new regional advocacy agenda. And finally, I would like to say, together, I think I said, we can realize the agenda set for 2040. Solomon said, I hope that we can realize this agenda, target, producing 60% of vaccine demand in the continent. And for that, let's do it together and jointly. Thank you for your activity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid from Africa CDC. These slides will be made available to you. Some of you have been asking me, will the slides be open? Yes, I hope you have registered your emails or your contact numbers. We will be sending these slides over to you. Quite interesting information there from Africa CDC in terms of where we have come from and where we are and where we are going. And while you were speaking that, I was questioning myself, how do we hold our leaders accountable to play by the timeline set in the PAVAM blueprint? I think that is important. How many of you have access to the PAVAM document, the Partnership for Africa Vaccine Manufacturing? Okay, that's literally half of the room. Abdul Karim, you will send the people in this room the PAVAM documents and the commitment from our leaders towards 2040. And we also have the timelines. There's a timeline document that speaks to what should be done within the span of 5 years. Every 5 years, there's been targets that have been set by the African Union that we have to achieve. And I think that's also going to be very central. So one of the things I look forward in this discussion is how do we actually follow up to ensure that within the timelines that we have set in the PAVAM blueprint, that we can be able to achieve those. I think what Mr. Reid discussed and shared with us is since 2022, when this discussion was concluded, what have we been able to do? So thank you very much, Mr. Reid from the Africa CDC, for giving us a presentation on the state of vaccine manufacturing in Africa. All right. Again, I am going to take a risk and get Mr. Agri to come and present to us. Mr. Agri Aluso is from the Pandemic Action Network. I'd love him to present to us the role of civil society in advancing vaccine manufacturing in Africa. Mr. Agri, we're really happy to have you. Today I've seen you in person. We've been talking a lot on email and calls, but I'm glad to have you. Civil society, like Dr. Mulumba said in the investigation, is very critical in grassroots mobilization. But you're very welcome, Mr. Aggrey Alusu. Karibu.
Thank you. And I'm hoping there's a PowerPoint I'd shared. Is it coming up? Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a long morning. You want to just stand up for 5 seconds as the guy gets the PowerPoint up. Just stand and stretch. I know we adults, we can easily have cramps on our legs if we don't. Yeah, so just reach to the, just make sure there's no fan ahead of you. We don't want accident. All right, thank you very much. And yeah, you can have your seats. So, so I'm going to just walk you through some of the top lines, and my presentation is going to be more political, structural dimensions. I think the nitty-gritty details of our state of play have been presented very well from the very, very comprehensive investigation was shared by Serwanja earlier, and what has been shared by Africa CDC colleague. I think we know where we are, right? We are where we don't want to be, and we have ambitions of being somewhere else. So the question is, how do we get from point A to point B? And who do you need to work with, or who needs to do something to get us from one point to the other? So we're looking at the role of CSOs in creating an enabling ecosystem. I just move a little bit slower. Yeah, the role of CSOs in creating an enabling ecosystem, to really spur and ramp up the vaccine manufacturing capacity in Africa. Not just vaccine. I think the conversation has gone a little bit broader. We are now looking at pandemic countermeasures, because it's a whole spectrum of tools that we need to manage pandemics. So we have diagnostics, we have vaccines, and we have therapeutics. When a pandemic strike, you need to be able to have all hands on deck and all the tools that you can use, so that you're able to, manage, contain it before it spreads out of control. The ambition is to stop pandemics where they occur before they become pandemics. Stop outbreaks rather before they become pandemics. And that is where a lot of our failures have come. In many situations, including our own country here, it takes so long to detect pandemics, right? And then once you detect it, it takes even longer to get the right tools to contain it before it spreads to the other regions. That now makes it a problem. So we have our situation, which I think has been so elaborately talked about. So just running through, our global systems are inadequate. I think we've seen how Africa fared on, and we've really blamed everyone else other than ourselves. I don't know whether we blame ourselves as Africans, or it's our colonial experience. It is our, business people who are taking our. Do you really see we have a problem too as people? My African colleagues, I can say this because I'm African. Is there something we could do differently? Probably yes. I think the global solidarity failed, but I think a lot of failures also are internal. And the global charity models, we've really relied on charitable models of delivering very essential service for ourselves. We rely very much on external, support. You've seen barely 1% of the routine vaccines that we use is made in Africa. The bulk is from elsewhere. And the bulk of our production is on the northern part of Africa, and most of our production of countermeasures are fill and finish. We don't have the downstream capabilities of innovating and really developing our own countermeasures. So that's a challenge. You can't rely on that in times of crisis, when all the houses in a village are on fire. You don't expect your neighbor to leave their burning house to come and help you put off fire in your own house. Our health systems are very vulnerable, and this is also a challenge of legacy. We've relied very much on vertical programs supported by donors, disease specific. So you go to a hospital, you find HIV clinic is working well, the other clinics are dead. And we lack capacity to produce our own countermeasure. I think that's been talked about, and Moses talked about the less than 0.5% of our GDP goes to R&D. Despite our own target, we have a target of 1%. Is it a Maputo target? that at least 1% of our GDP should go to support R&D. 2% of Africa clinical trials happen in Africa. Less than 2%, we import more than 80% of consumed pharmaceutical, not vaccines. Vaccines is even higher. Weak regulatory environment, I think that was talked about. The documentary that Sirwan just narrated really captured. Dr. Sironga explained the extent to which we have our regulatory, the state of our regulatory environment in Africa. We are competing with FDA and the European counterparts, which are very established and serving many countries. Here you expect the Burundis and the Kenya and the Ugandas, each of them to have a functional regulatory environment. It's not sustainable. Low appreciation of the nexus between health and climate, I think that's something that we really have to really focus on, because what has been realized, a lot of emerging infectious diseases are from the environment, from our ecosystem. So this is what we now have come to appreciate as the spillovers between animals to human. All the diseases you're talking about, the hemorrhagic fevers, the Ebolas, the Marburg virus, all those are zoonotic. Even Ebola, even COVID, the last one, are zoonotic origins. And they're coming as a result of the environmental, or the changes in our ecosystem, and we don't appreciate that much. And that's where we really need to put a lot of effort also to stop the pandemics from happening. And then resources, are very scarce. We really rely on a lot of donor support to meet our essential health needs. Just proceed. Proceed. Move to the next slide. Yeah, and governance is another weak and very vulnerable situation we have in Africa. We do not engage at the level at which we internally in Africa. Our priorities are not very well harmonized. We are very connected health-wise. The world is connected. In Africa, we are more connected. Our borders are porous. Like we have families in Uganda. Somebody made a very interesting joke earlier in the introduction that they vote in Uganda, they vote in Rwanda, and they vote in Kenya. That is how our life is. Yet our systems are very disjointed. We don't have shared priorities. Can we proceed to the next slide, or is it stuck? Okay. So in terms of pandemic countermeasures, the specific issues around what we are talking about today, we saw very well the COVID response was far from equitable. It showed that the current system for development, production, and allocation and distribution of pandemic countermeasures is trapped in a market-driven charity frame. All the things we talked about, the COVAX, the Act A, all donations, right? We were waiting for donations, other people were buying. When you're waiting for donations, and the person who is producing it is somebody who wants to make money, who do you think will get first priority? The person who is buying, right? So that's why people with income or with resources were able to have more than 5 times what they needed in their country, while Africa had none. At the moment, we've not even vaccinated 30% of our population, and here there's another wave of COVID sweeping. And of course, we've seen the system is based on business model where health technologies prioritize financial and self-interest over health. And the fact that we also don't finance our innovation, we've seen trends in terms of the commodities that are being prioritized for innovation. So for example, it's been established that diseases that are endemic in the lower middle income countries are 7 to 8 times less likely, or diseases that are endemic in high income countries are more likely to be investigated, 7 to 8 times more likely to be investigated and innovated for than diseases in lower middle income countries. Because innovation follows where the money is, right? So when you're innovating for something, when you're doing study or researching, you want to be assured that when the commodity of that process comes out, somebody will buy it. But if it is in a region where at the end of it, you will expect to be given that thing for free, then nobody's interested. But the tragedy of our interconnectedness of our health, even if you have money on the other side of the world, and this other side don't have money, if the disease erupts here, it will still cross over to the people who have money. So I think ideally we need to prioritize health as one connected issue that should not be guided by business, but that's where we are currently. So equity is currently considered in most structures considered at the process of procurement. So you have a lot of pooled procurement. So you have the Gavis, you have the COVAX, Those are the mechanisms where now you think about equity, and we make noise like, oh, whatever has been produced, not how it was produced, should be distributed equitably. It's not sustainable. So what we're asking for is really an end-to-end equity, that the equity conversation needs to start from the innovation phase, and it needs to transcend the processes that in between the clinical trials to the level of production and distribution, so that it's not an issue that is only talked about at the end when the products are out. Proceed. And so other opportunities that we really need to pay attention to, I think we have a very good political environment. I think colleagues from Africa CDC have talked about. Everybody knows that we need to do something differently. That's why we have those many powerful, ambitious targets like the PAVM 2040 ambitions. We appreciate the need to be coordinated at the continental level. I think that's something nobody is doubting. The spotlight on health, I think, has been sustained, and we need to keep that. Most stakeholders are on the table. Like people who traditionally were not talking about health are now talking about health and pandemics. And that's something that we shouldn't take for granted, and we shouldn't assume will continue. We are operating in the era of polycrisis. There's so many issues. Ukraine war happened, and everybody took off in another direction. Sudan happened, and Africa is now focused about Sudan. But this also still remains an issue. So stakeholders are there, but we need to keep the interest alive and sustain them, in this conversation. The equity narrative, I think, is very central. Those of you who have been following up on the INB, the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body process that is developing the pandemic treaty, one of the biggest conversation there is around equity. The UN high-level meeting on PPR, this year we're going to have a high-level meeting on pandemic preparedness and response. One of the fundamental concerns there is equity. At the Africa level, I think we are very concerned about equity, but I think we still have a lot to do in terms of really capitalizing on those global momentum that I've talked about. We have the Paris Summit for New Global Financing Pact. I don't know who is going in this space. I have one ticket to give for a concert that is happening there. Anybody who is going to Paris? The summit that is happening next week? If anybody is going, let me know. I have a ticket to give. So there are so many opportunities that we need to capitalize on. And for the first time, we are going to have health and climate being discussed in COP28. We also have the Nairobi Climate Week coming up, and we are trying to get health and climate in the context of pandemic risks to be part of the agenda of that. So those are opportunities that civil society organizations need to keep track of and make sure that, because these are opportunities for expanding the fiscal space for health financing. We are struggling with a very restricted pot of resources. Everybody appreciates the issue of climate, but they don't appreciate that climate is also creating pandemic challenges, which mitigation needs to be part of. The climate adaptation needs to be part of that. Can you proceed? So what needs to change? I think that key buckets of areas that need to change is, one of them is ecosystem. Really, the whole spectrum of issues that would create that enabling environment for local manufacturing to happen, for distributed capacity to thrive, is something that cannot be wished. We have to work around it. We have to create political momentum. We have to create political accountability. We have to create an enabling environment in terms of regulatory environment, like the AMA treaty, get our countries to sign on to it. We have to, make it cost those who have responsibility for decision making not to do the right thing. The one thing that we have seen, that if it doesn't cost anybody politically, it doesn't get done, right? So we have to create a political cost for inaction, and we have to cost that lost opportunities. Like, for example, we all know the huge losses that we've lost in terms of human life, in terms of economic losses from the pandemic. Do we want to wait for another pandemic to happen and then we start counting the losses again? So we really need to keep this at the top of the political agenda, so that they can invest in the right places, in our R&D, in our manufacturing, and in the health system that will help those commodities to reach those who need to be reached with them. Of course, the issue of financing is one of the most critical one. If you look at Africa, there's only one country that has surpassed their own target of 15% of their Abuja target, and that's South Africa. And South Africa, sometimes they say when they're coming this side, they say they're going to Africa. They sometimes don't think they're part of us. You know, because sometimes, you know, you look at how the others are going on, and they've been struggling with African colleagues to get us into this space. Was in the medical countermeasure platform in February in South Africa. And G7s, G20s, the European Unions, all were very organized. African countries were represented by Africa CDC. At the state level, it was only South Africa. And therefore, we keep missing and we don't prioritize these conversations. And it's because we don't contribute, we don't invest in these important processes. So we really need to build our capacity as CSOs to undertake targeted advocacy for additional sustainable funding models and sources that can help incentivize more domestic and international spending on pandemic preparedness. And our African CDC colleagues can tell you there are so many grand ambitions at that level, but who is funding them? How much of Africa's CDC budget is funded by states? If you don't mind me asking, sir. If you don't mind me, just look at me. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Just for learning purposes, so that we can go back home and do the right thing. It's not your mistake. Do you know how much, can you guess how much of Africa's CDC budget is supported by African states? Bucket figures, percent-wise? Is it more than 50%? Less than 5% probably, yeah. The whole Africa CDC team probably is supported by MasterCard Foundation and a few others. You know, it's something that is good, but is it sustainable? When MasterCard something happens and they change their policies, can we blame them? You know, we have another Trump kind of leadership that happened in the US, and the foreign policy shifts. You can't blame them, right? India, when India was faced with their own crisis during COVID, and we were relying on India Serum Institute for, what was it, AstraZeneca. What happened? They put a moratorium on exports, and we had to wait until they vaccinate their population. That's how it happens when you have to rely on somebody else's tool. So financing is a very critical thing. We have to finance our own issues if we think they're important. Governance, that's one thing that we struggle with. I've been in part of these high-level conversations. I've had the opportunity to attend the high-level multi-stakeholder hearing in New York a few weeks ago. And we had different interest groups, including Africans, in that space. And I had the opportunity to talk to different missions. And I'm sorry to say, of all the missions, I think my African colleagues were not very clear in terms of what they're asking for from the high-level meeting. And I kept on getting embarrassed, like, okay, so what is it? How are you negotiating? What are your key asks from this declaration? You go to the other countries, they're very organized, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, they have their own small teams of negotiating, and they're very clear on the ask, they're clear on the issues they want to trade off on. You don't get those kind of clarity for our people. So we tend to follow like, okay, what are they saying? So our governance really need to change so that we influence the globe, because we are the people who get impacted on with this kind of challenges when they're not addressed properly. And I think the other challenge, the area that we need a change in is collectivizing, really leveraging the power of numbers for political impact. Because if we don't act together, and I think where the failure happens is the citizens not prioritizing this issue. You know, the politicians follow our cue, right? If you tell them you want roads, in my country, if you don't build roads and the tarmacs get worn out, we make noise, we plant bananas on the road to show you that there's no longer a road, that's a farm now. A woman would be ferried between one hospital and the other for 7 hours or 10 hours, and they die in the process for lack of a simple commodity that could have saved her life. And people will say that is God's will. Are we getting it? And our politicians know, so they tell you, yeah, that's God's will, there's nothing you can do about it. And when somebody comes with a business deal, bilateral deal, they're very happy to do whichever they're being told because there's money around it. So I think we have, the failure starts from us as citizens. We really need to make it clear to politicians through our collective voices that it matters that they do the right thing, and that if they don't do it, there's a political cost of not doing it. Can we proceed to the next one? So just keep this one. This is what we've talked about. This is where we are in terms of finances. Just like this is, and I think this was already shown by my colleague from Africa CDC. So yeah, please. You know, the blues are where the actions are happening. The whites and the grays are plans and discussions in terms of manufacturing capacity. And you can see they're just in the northern part of Africa. Just proceed. So I think really where we need to shift, we need to really get ourselves from this charity to engage in solidarity as a way of addressing our structural issues that create this very situation that we find ourselves in. So really clear ask that I think we should really frontline, and I've shared a document. I hope Muhumuza has shared it. We authored some document around the pandemic countermeasure platform, what really needs to change from where it was, the structural issues. Put human rights at the heart of design of future platform. Guiding principles should ensure future platform maximize health outcome, including most vulnerable. Design structures and policies operating in systems that put business in service of health, not vice versa. A lot of times we put health in service of business. It's a $9 trillion economy, so everybody wants a piece of it. And they forget that they're human beings. As we are really trying to get a piece of this, a $9 trillion economy, people are dying in between. Equitable governance, I think that's something we've talked about. We really have systems that are controlled by LMIC and the people who have faced disproportionate barriers. We've seen most global health architects are convened elsewhere. They originated and then Africans and other people are invited. That is what happened in Act A. That is what is happening now. We've been in a very protracted conversation around the countermeasure platform that is going to support the next phase post Act A. And the conversation have been led by everybody else other than the LMIC and people who really face the challenge. So Africans, and you can't blame them. I remember last few weeks in Geneva, there was a deliberation on the countermeasure platform, and South Africa, which is co-convening the space, was saying that we have tried to get our colleagues on the table, but they're not interested. I can't blame the Africans and LMIC regions for not really being interested, because I think there's been a unfortunate historical, that we need to overcome. Because really we were given the middle finger when we were faced with existential threats, and we don't really have that good trust. So we really need to a process that builds the trust and sustains the trust. But either way, Africans need to lead these conversations. And the principles of shared global risks need to be the guide, so that people invest in supporting those who do not have capacity. The conversation around equal but disproportionate sharing, so that countries that have excess of something should be able to support others, because it's not charity. It should not be charity. It is in their own interest. And also, if you look at how our health is connected and the contributory factors, you realize that part of the risks that we are facing with the increasing frequencies and severity of pandemics is because of climate change. People who are contributing to climate change are which people? The rich countries. So part of the loss and damage reparations should be towards supporting the health resilience capacity of countries that have been impacted. And it's not charity. I think countries just need to have a taxation to compensate for the damages that have been caused by the processes that they have employed, which deplete our ozone layer, that creates challenges that are now enhancing frequencies and severity of pandemics. And therefore, they should not look at it as donations. It is paying for the damage that you have caused. Do you agree with that? So that is part of the conversation that we're having in Paris. And also, when issues like pandemics occur, just like they have clauses of debt suspension for climate catastrophes, they should have debt suspension ingrained in policies that also recognize pandemics. And as of now, we have less than 0.5% of the climate adaptation resources going to health, less than 0.5%. And as you know, the World Bank is dedicating more than 30% of its resources in the short term. And I think by 2030, it will be nearly about half of World Bank resources targeted at climate adaptation. Health is not part of that conversation. So we really need to find ways of advancing those kind of arguments so that we expand the resource envelope and create dependable, enforceable, accountable structures of financing that can help us manage our health resilience capacities. Proceed. And of course, we've talked about this, what everybody's talking about, and I don't want to belabor on that. Knowledge and know-how sharing, I think that's where our issues are. Africa is currently hemorrhaging a lot of human resource. You see every day, and we celebrate how countries are having accelerated visa process for Africans to go and work in their countries, right? Our countries are not attracting and retaining. We develop, but we don't retain. And our government, some of our governments are even supporting people to relocate, to other countries to help develop their health systems. True or false? And then we end up where we are, and I think that's something we really need to work on. Accountability and delivery, I think that one Moses talked about in his presentation. Issues of production, pricing, supply, financing, delivery of pandemic countermeasures need to be really tracked from production to development. I need to, I know it's getting a little longer. Can you just move a little quickly, just go through the slide very fast? This was the most critical piece. So this is about Pandemic Action Network. So this is how we envisage, and this is, we create a platform for civil society organizations to really engage on these issues. And we look at our platform not just as a pandemic preparedness and response platform, but a platform that really convenes actors who are interested in development issues. Because pandemic, one thing that has been really, really appreciated is interconnectedness, the whole of society, whole of governance implication, in pandemics. Every sector is impacted if it is not prevented. Many sectors are contributing to it. It's a governance failure, it's a climate failure, it's a societal challenge. So we really need to have all those people on the table to also deliberate on how to mitigate it. And these are some of the examples of how people we think need to be engaged. And of course, these are basics of advocacy, so I don't need to belabor on that. And of course, also basic communications. Just go to the next. Go to the next. Go to the next. Okay, just back there. Back to the previous, So I think really one of the things we really can do differently as people who are seeking to make change is to tell our story differently, really to shape the narrative in ways that would appeal to the conscience of people who need to take action. So getting away from the abstract figures, I think COVID really gave us that opportunity. There's nobody in this room who is not impacted. Several presidents have been affected. Several leaders, and you go to any space, everybody has a practical, personal story. I think that is an opportunity. As they say, no pandemic need to go to waste. We have an opportunity to really illustrate all the things that needs to be done and what happens if we don't do them rightly. And, getting our story at a civil society organization, keep the personal story and use our very creative colleagues there at the table of influencers there to keep the human stories alive in terms of how they're happening. And I really like what has been done by media in Uganda. I remember the peak of the COVID crisis when we worked with some of you to really highlight the crisis of oxygen. And action was taken. I remember it triggered action from the leadership, and military was mobilized to produce oxygen in Uganda, for instance. So that is the importance of sometimes how we tell our story differently, and that's one of the things that we can do as organizations. So thank you very much, colleagues. And I know we don't have enough time to talk about these things in a small timed presentation. So I would leave you with that. That is just an example that also we really need to keep our eye on moment. We have a lot of moments that we keep missing. We need to put our eyes on them so that we don't lose them. Thank you very much, Sarwan.
Order 2, order 3, order 4, order 5, order
Wow. Okay. Professor Ben is 60 years. 55. 65.
I'm now 64, but about 65.
Dr. Mulumba, are you still okay? Okay. The Honorable. Thank you very much. Yes. Professor Ben, you've made me really work out. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. A copy of these presentations will be given to you on your email address. Quite an interesting one. And what a way of breaking for break. Let's go for a tea break. We'll be right back. Thank you. All right. See you shortly. We will come back and have a photo. But for now, tea is served right straight up on your left. And then the washrooms are around there. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. See you then.
we are to where we want to be. And building on to those presentations in the morning, we are going to reflect on that. Where do we want? We know where I want to be, but how do we get there? I'll start with Dr. Ayume, and allow me to appreciate Dr. Ayume for the role he's playing as the chairperson of the Health Committee of Parliament in Uganda. He is one that will make commitments with his committee, and we have seen that he moves from the commitments to actually implementing the commitments. So he's one of those few politicians and legislators that moves things forward. I hope that I'm representing all of you well on that, the Ugandans here. We appreciate that that commitment and the fact that Dr. Ayume, you moved things forward in the parliament. So I'll start with you, Dr. Ayume, and many things have come through here, including things that touch us here in Uganda, here in the region. And we see the will is there. The will for vaccine manufacturing and medicines manufacturing here in Uganda. We do have the will, but there are those things that we must do to move from the will to action. And I'll start from the National Regulatory Agency, and we heard from the discussions from the video and the presenters that our national regulatory agencies are not yet at the maturity level that is required for us to participate actively and meaningfully in vaccine manufacturing in our region. And Dr. Ayume, do we have any plans? How far are we with our own national regulatory agency in Uganda? Do we have any plans to move to that level of maturity where we can now participate meaningfully in vaccine manufacturing in our country? Also, in addition, maybe Dr. Ayume, maybe I'll come back to you on that. You can start with that particular one, and then I'll come to the next question for you, or next area of reflection, but as well reflecting on the other discussions that took place. One with yellow. Over to you, Dr. Ayume.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Charles Ayume, Member of Parliament for Koboko Municipality, and I chair the Parliamentary Committee on Health. It's an honor to be here. I will speak, it's a bit hard juggling between a politician and a technical person. And when I go political, I'll ask the media to mute. There are a few experiences. From the kitchen, I may want to share, but I really don't want it to be up on the media. But let's start with the technical attribute. Now, yes, one of Parliament has 4 cardinal roles, passed not in any specific order, but to legislate, to appropriate, to represent the people who sent you to Parliament, and then oversight. When you give money, you track it. And a parent, when you give school fees, you have to go for Parents' Day to see how the kids performed. So if I narrow it down to your question, what plans do we have? Now, the National Drug Policy and Act of 2023 is due for revision, is due for an amendment. And unfortunately, there has been a protracted struggle whether the food aspect should be included so that it becomes National Food and Drug Policy and Act. So there's been that protracted struggle, and then whether the Act should superintend over agricultural products, vet products. So there has been a pull between Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture. But in the boardroom, we try and embrace the spirit of One Health as guided by the international health regulations. So we look at health, human health, animal health, plant health, and also the wildlife, Uganda Wildlife Authority coming on board. But in terms of making the law, there had been a pool. Where should it be housed? And I think the last information I have is Ministry of Health is really going to stick only with human commodities, and some of the vet and plant aspect will go to MAIF, which is Ministry of Agriculture. So we hope that in the next session of Parliament, which was opened by the President last week on Wednesday, the National Drug Policy and Act will come to Parliament as a bill and for the committee to process. We have 45 days usually to process a bill, report back to Parliament for debate. We send it to the President and he assents to it. How fast the President assents to it by law is within 1 month. But remember, he's the President. Anything is possible. The Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant, we passed it in September last year. He only assented to it 2 weeks ago. We could not ask him as a committee why, but his handlers say he's quite thorough. He goes through those clauses. He does not rely on the Attorney General and lawyers around. But the most important thing is he didn't send it back to Parliament. He took his time. It was a complicated bill, but he assented to it. So we also anticipate that when the National Drug Policy and Act comes to Parliament in the form of a bill, we shall try as much as possible to process it. It is stifling very many opportunities for the country, both in terms of health but also economic. Every year we lose about 6 billion shillings because UNHCR cannot effectively buy certain commodities from within Uganda because we do not attain the maturity level 3. So those are economic gains we are missing as a country. And of course, the previous speakers have alluded to the fact that even if we manufacture our vaccines here, they will not be competitive on the market. I mean, they will not be competitive on the continent, but also globally. So we are waiting for the executive to bring that bill to Parliament, and as a committee, we're happy to process it within the 45 days. One other fundamental issue that was raised is the issue of market. As a continent, Africa needs to start talking. Neighbors need to start talking to each other. We operate our countries in silos, and our markets are in silos, but we need to look at our regional economic blocks, even beyond the regional economic blocks. Like the ESC has to go beyond ESC. It has to go to COMESA, up to Southern Africa, so that if we produce the hepatitis B vaccine here, it can be bought without the trade barriers in Zimbabwe. As alluded to by the previous speakers, vaccine manufacturing, research and development is quite costly. So most of the people who put their money in this look at their return on investment. How soon can we get this money? They have borrowed from banks, from hedge funds. So it's important you guarantee availability of the market. Cross-border negotiations cannot be done by businessmen. It can only be done at the political level, and that's where presidents come in. When they go to places like the African Union, on the sidelines, there are usually summits where presidents negotiate. We saw that with CIPLA. Our market was small. We had to go to Tanzania, say, listen, we have ARVs, anti-malarials. Tanzania was manufacturing mosquito nets. We said, we'll buy your nets. Can you take our ARVs? Recently, I think I saw people from CIPLA going to Zambia to negotiate for market. I think CIPLA is also now exporting to West Africa, and that should be the direction Africa should be taking. We can no longer operate in our political administrative blocks. We need to open up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayume. And you've talked about opportunities and what we are losing by not getting to where we want to be in terms of vaccine manufacturing. But you've also talked about key advocacy issues, and I have health advocates here. John, I think I'll come to you. HEPS Uganda does a lot of advocacy for essential medicines, for vaccines, access to vaccines, but very importantly, you go to the community level as well to mobilize communities to meaningfully participate in these important processes. For an issue like this one we are discussing, vaccines manufacturing, hearing from some of the speakers in the morning, Dr. Mlumba and others, talking about community participation, talking about the population should not be left behind. How best can we bring along the population to understand this issue, the importance of this issue to them, and for us to get that public and community support and meaningful participation in this agenda?
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, colleagues. Is it afternoon or still morning? So just to pick off from the previous speaker and just to also comment broadly on the presentations from the remarks that we received this morning and the presentations, it's very clear that as Africa, we are really struggling with achieving and actualizing our capacity towards achieving that target that we have, that was presented by our colleague from CDC, the 60%. And definitely the target is really ambitious. And again, it also speaks to the failed global solidarity that has also made it so difficult to ensure equity in terms of inclusion of most of the low middle income developing countries. So with the different details and the research that we have already that has already been evident, we clearly see that we need strong partnerships in terms of moving forward and achieving the national, regional and global agenda. And I'll pick off from the question that you posed to me, because from morning we are all in agreement that it is important to stop medicalizing the health responses by putting human rights at the center of designing, planning, implementation of the different country interventions, regional and global interventions that really target creating demand but also improve local manufacturing capacity for different countries. So with that said, as HEPS Uganda, HEPS is the Coalition for Health Promotion and Social Development, and we do host the Uganda Coalition on Access to Essential Medicines. It has about 60 civil society organizations that are at the forefront of advocating for policy around access to essential medicines and health supplies. We are also at the forefront of engaging the communities by really creating demand for some of these basic services that we promote in terms of the minimum health care package. So when we engage the community, the voices that come through, definitely there is limited involvement in terms of involving and hearing their perspectives when it comes to the different processes that are provided in development and research, but also in designing interventions that are for health that are made for the citizens for Uganda. So we are currently undertaking an assessment on availability of the different diagnostics, vaccines and therapeutics. And we have also documented, and we are picking out some of the voices that are clearly showing that the community is left out in most of these conversations. So from this stakeholder engagement, we can make a deliberate effort on how to move forward in terms of how do we plan together with the public, how do we move together with the citizens and ensure that no one is left behind in terms of planning, implementation of the different health innovations that we have at country level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. I'll ask you a follow-on question. What does that mean, vaccine manufacturing, when you say it to the local person somewhere in Kotido? They will ask you what's that. So how best can we move this agenda to them in a way that they will understand it and stand up for it?
So I would think having basic information that is precise to the point to the public for easy understanding. So for HEPS as an organization, we have done a bit of community engagements, and we have used what we call opinion polls. So we do engage them in interactive talk shows, but also in interactive community dialogues where they provide feedback on what they think of the different services that they are provided. Starting off, the recent campaign was on COVID-19, test and treat. And clearly, it shows that if we make the information as basic as possible, the community critically appreciates, and they actually provide feedback on how to better serve them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. And we'll move to Nice from Siatini, that is operating from a regional perspective. And we had a lot of all the presentations indicated the importance of collaboration and partnerships and solidarity. We need to move from charity to solidarity, and solidarity as Africa. Nice, you're operating, Siatini is operating from a regional perspective. How best can we achieve this solidarity to get us to where we want to be with vaccine manufacturing in Africa?
Thank you so much, moderator. Once again, my name is Nice Musana. I work for Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, Siatini, Uganda. It is a mouthful, and we work on issues of trade, fiscal, and investment-related policies and processes at the national, regional, continental, and even at the global level. On issues of collaboration, issues of joining forces, as earlier alluded by my fellow colleagues, we are seeing that the issue of solidarity on partnering for advancing regional vaccine manufacturing is still a challenge. But let us look at why is it so? Why are we failing? Are we failing as states? Are we failing at policy? Are we failing at ideological point of view? We saw that the East African community is one of those environments that are promoting and also having an enabling environment for foreign direct investment, and also attracting financing for development. There are a number of issues that stem right from governance. A number of states are not taking into consideration the needs of the people. We are of the, okay, let's say the regional bloc as a bloc. Why? Because they are protecting national interests. But how do we see that there is collaboration in issues of fostering investment in regional vaccine manufacturing and even beyond? It will start right from addressing the policies. African states, the East African countries are assented to the East African Treaty and even the Common Market Protocol. We are looking at the implementation of the Common Market Protocol and also the common external tariff. But however, the implementation of the ESC treaty is still a problem among member states. We have to delve deep into addressing issues of harmonization of policies, harmonization of standards, and let alone attracting investment. We have to attract investment as a bloc. But we see a number of countries in the ESC negotiating with other countries at bilateral terms, instead as opposed to multilateral terms. So there is need for civil society to take the leap and engage at high level and point out those benefits, point out all those economies of scale that come with regional integration, and also to foster joint collaboration. I'll take an example. The EU instituted the EU pharmaceutical strategy. And that strategy it was instituted after the pandemic, during the pandemic, to address the issues that are affecting the EU supply chains on vaccines and all that, but also addressing future pandemics. The EU strategy has a number of initiatives that look at promoting collaboration and even having penalties for those that do not conform to these to the regulations. And I took a time to read through, and they are taking so much issues of investment and research. One point I noted was centralization of data. As I went through, I looked at issues of the issue of centralizing data. Research and development, we all know that is based on data. So if we are having institutions, let's say UVRI in Uganda, and we are having the research institution in Kenya, in Tanzania, jointly share a common database. They do research from different angles. They share data. This can inform any further efforts for even developing vaccines and even other pharmaceuticals that are up to standardization, and also sharing of information. And even that informs, it helps to inform issues of technology information transfer and technology transfer and all that. So we need to benchmark on some of these strategies that are existent, so that we see there's joint collaboration on issues of to foster vaccine manufacturing and pharmaceuticals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice. I think he has left us with a very big question for us, even through the 2 days. What can we do to ensure that countries feel safe and secure to advance a regional agenda on vaccine manufacturing without fear that their national interests will be left behind? He's left that important question. He's saying the national interests are not allowing us to move as a region. And what we have to know and to do is to find ways of ensuring that the two agendas move together. So that's an important question, and I think we have already started answering it even through the presentations and the discussions. And I'll move to Dr. Bonaventure. And as civil society organizations, the presenters gave us many thoughts in terms of what CSOs need to do, put the states on pressure, make them accountable to the commitment they have made. And they also mentioned some advocacy opportunities. And from Dr. Bonaventure, Seed Global Health, what are some of those opportunities that are practical that we can move forward? Because we do have many commitments, CSOs are working hard. What are those things that we are not doing, and what are those opportunities we need to seize right now to move on this agenda? And it's been mentioned other regions that are not us have moved since the pandemic. What are those opportunities on which we can actually move, practically move?
Thank you so much. And gratitude to the morning speakers, because they really did a very good job in unpacking this. I think Agri's presentation laid bare the opportunities as well as the challenges we're seeing in this space. The vaccine, I come from a space, we work mostly with human resources for health and health workforce. So I'm a little bit, whereas vaccine manufacturing is upstream. So I come with the privilege of being a novice who's not deeply embedded in the complexity. So I can afford to make very calls to action that may not be very realistic, and I'm protected. So whereas it looks like an obvious conversation, the vaccine manufacturing conversation is extremely complex, unlike most of these other PHC bits. One, there's international collaboration. It has its own complexity because only 10 countries in Africa are considered self-sufficient in terms of their vaccine supply, not because they are manufacturing it, but because they are not entirely, they're able to meet their demand pipeline for vaccines without entirely being dependent on donations and other pieces. If you have a government that has the opportunity to, one, receive a donation, and two, make an investment that will only materialize 10 years down the road in order to produce what they are not guaranteed that will be absorbed, both domestically and internationally, you're really swimming against the tide of the river. That said, we've had some special moments in time. I think COVID showed most governments how vulnerable they are if they are dependent on those existing mechanisms. I think that's a momentum that we could seize, and we've seen increased investment. I think if we looked at the trend when they presented earlier, the engagement, not just in vaccine manufacturing, but generally in innovation, research and development, even for other product development, shot up in Africa. It showed an increased demand, an increased interest, an increased enthusiasm, which I think is a very big plus, both in terms of on the government side, but also on the non-state actors and other players. That's a special moment for civil society. The space for civil society to engage is dwindling, and that's an open secret. We'll show up with policymakers when we're at the World Health Assembly, when we're on all these high-level meetings. They're our friends, we speak the same language. They ratify these commitments. When it comes down, translating those commitments into national strategies, into appropriation, is a very different story. Sometimes you think you're talking to three different people. When you meet a minister of health at a high-level meeting, when you meet them in a technical space, and when you meet them in like an external engagement, like in parliament. And it's because they respond to the environment. They can anticipate which language is acceptable in that space. So I think civil society can amplify that voice by taking this conversation and humanizing it so that it doesn't feel like it's our burden for this to happen. We can leverage the voice of the ordinary citizen. The ordinary citizen doesn't understand these statistics, this volume of things that we're speaking about. We need to relate it to them and say, look here, you had 5 kids and lost 3 of them to measles. If Uganda could invest in ABC, then, but there's a cost to pay. So that, for example, if there's a conversation in Parliament about competing priorities, and this is on the table because I saw, for example, there was a discussion about payment of medical doctors. And parliamentarians were scrutinizing the entire budget to find opportunities for where they could actually reduce expenditure. And one of the areas was actually on somewhere in innovation under the Ministry of, ICT. Whereas that looked like a classified expenditure and it was easy to target, these are things that you can't entirely turn into value tomorrow. I know there's someone from Day Pharma, Biopharma here today. Day Biopharma is one of the front runners when they presented here that Uganda is one of those countries that are supposed to produce vaccines. Someone said, where in Uganda is this? But Day Biopharma, I think, was earmarked to be producing molecules by 2022. And that's how it ends up here. The two times when Day Biopharma has come up as a big topic of conversation, one was during COVID, when there was a conversation about a sanitizer, everyone is familiar with it. And then two was this year in March, when government was trying to make, I think, a $600 million investment in the company. The reception of the public wasn't positive at all. It was seen as a loss of funds, as a potential scam. The public doesn't understand that this is an investment you need to make today in order to realize that benefit 20 years from now. So taking this conversation away from the boardroom and taking it to the ordinary citizen and amplifying the opportunity for the voice of civil society, I think is one low-hanging fruit that we can take as civil society actors. Otherwise, we'll be swimming against the tide of the river. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bonaventure, taking the conversation and the issues to the citizens, to the communities. I'm glad we are a multidisciplinary group here. We have journalists who can play a part. Everybody has to play a part. CSOs have a big role to play. I'll come back to Dr. Ayume. Dr. Ayume, how do we achieve the 60% commitment or target by 2040 for vaccine manufacturing in Uganda and maybe the EAC region? And what is that role our parliament can play, not just in Uganda, but also Kenya, Tanzania? What is that the parliamentarians can do for us to realize the 60% by 2040? And who needs to be on board anyway? Who else needs to be on board?
Right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, permit me to try and answer our question by giving a short experience I had in regard to this subject. But I know we are not in parliament. When I'm in a committee room, I have the discretion whether to tell press to leave if whatever we are discussing is may be misinterpreted. But I would just want to really implore that they shut down. This is not really for publishing.
For our media, please grant Dr. Ayume.
You know, sometimes I come for these workshops. By the time I'm driving out of the gate, it's on social media space. Dr. Ayume has criticized the own parliament he serves for ABCD.
So our influencers and journalists, allow us to hear what Dr. Ayume has to share with us by not putting what is, yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying that sometimes the way we interpret things, I'll give you an example. The Minister of ICT was on the spot about a year ago. Parliament was so up and down that the headlines were, the minister wants to buy rats for $10,000. And it was so bad. It spiraled out of control, went to civil society, then to the community. And it looked like a huge corruption scandal. But I, as a scientist, I know that for research, you need some of those lab rats. And one of the MPs on the committee of ICT who was putting on the spot said, you give me the tender, I can go to Tororo and get a truck full of rats and deliver them to the Ministry of ICT at $1,000. I'll give you 100 rats. Now, we don't know that the rats you use are specially grown rats. If you're to get a vaccine, they'll look at the methodology. What methods did you use and all that? Did you just get a rat from the market and apply vaccines to it? But it was a big debate in Parliament. I looked at my fellow colleagues. Of course, the Parliament has erupted. You can't put up your hand and say, please cease fire. It is true. Rats for lab testing can be $8,000-$10,000. If your vaccines are to be able to be exported to the North American market, they look at all these processes. What did you go through? But at the end of the day, bad publicity carried the day. She was on the spot and so forth. Now, those are some of the challenges that we go through. Either we do not take time to explain the science behind some of these things. But of course, there are some public-private partnerships in this country that have gone bad. So when the public is a bit cagey, when you're demanding for $100 million to sink it somewhere, they want the truth. They want to know how is it going to be done and what is the output. They're looking at accountability issues. Now, I had an interaction about 6-7 years ago. The issue of manufacturing vaccines in Uganda had been looming through my head for the last 10 years. I worked with Dr. Boni in the refugee camps. I'm proud to say I was his boss. And so I was wondering, why are we manufacturing paracetamol and why aren't we manufacturing vaccines? But whoever I would go to, the Minister of Health, the Director General, and so forth, everybody would be, it looked so strange. It's like Uganda saying they want to go to the moon. The current Minister of Health was the Director General at that time. She held my hands and prayed. When I walked into our office, and I told her, I have this idea, what are your thoughts? But she gave me a very encouraging statement and said, but if people went to the moon in the 60s, I'm sure they also thought they were crazy. So please follow your aspirations, follow your dreams. She's the only one who gave me hope. The rest, everybody was saying WHO, licenses, FDA approval, and so forth. We go ahead, I speak to the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Finance. There was a bit of buy-in. They asked me, how do we support the company? It was still a briefcase company. It's an off-takers agreement, can give you land and so forth. Somehow I get an appointment to meet the president with my business partner. We are still a briefcase company. And he asked us so many questions, and we actually thought he was least interested. But one of his handlers said, the president, if he gives you time, 30 minutes, and he's putting you under scrutiny, there's some interest. This is 2018. So he asked us, what can we do for you? And told him ABCD this. We told him we needed market. Because when we had contacted Serum Institute in India, Serum Institute told us we can manufacture Uganda's requirement for vaccines within 1 month. That means for the next 11 months, the production lines will be redundant. So he said, expand your market. Because we told him we have 45 million, when you do 20%, those are children under 5. He said, within a month, we'll give Uganda their needs if we set up here. So we had to go back, do the maths. East Africa, that's 150 million people, you do 20%, we're still not making the annual target. So we told him, went back to the president, we told him, can you rein in the COMESA market for it to make sense? He said, that I can do at the next AU summit. Unfortunately, this was 2019, and COVID was knocking at the door in 2020. One of the pieces of advice he gave us was, don't be ambitious and go for the entire spectrum of, I think, the 12 traditional vaccines. Pick 2 or 3. He told us, he brought to the attention the issue of geopolitics. If you pick all the 12, your neighbors are less likely going to import from you. Give a window of opportunity for Tanzania to start, for Rwanda to start, for Zimbabwe to start, so that you're able to export to Zimbabwe, you're able to import from Zimbabwe. And he gave the example of, I think, Boeing. No, Airbus. Airbus, I think, manufactured in Europe. And I think it's owned by 4 countries. So I think Britain will contribute the Rolls-Royce engines, another country will contribute the fuselage, and so forth. So you find that the whole of Europe, their number 1 plane they'll buy is Airbus. But assuming France had taken the monopoly to manufacture Airbus, you know, Germany would probably go to the United States and buy Boeing. So there's the political economics that surrounds, and this is something I was just trying to bring to their attention, the political economics behind the pharmaceutical industry. It is huge. You're swimming upstream against cartels that are embedded in this industry for the last 20 years. How are you going to compete with companies that have been at this in Vietnam, in India, in Pakistan? They have contacts at the WHO, they have contacts in Gavi. So that's the belief. Will our local community believe that a vaccine made in Bujumbura, made in Dodoma, is up-notch? Because these are substances you inoculate into people. It's not a shoe that you wear. When we were making the Public Health Amendment Act, the biggest fight we got was from so many groups, civil society with the ICT age. Somebody goes and Googles that AstraZeneca will make you impotent, and there's an opinion from Bolivia. He has come to Parliament, to the committee. He's not given you the statistics. He's just gotten a paragraph from a newspaper article somewhere all over the globe. But as members of Parliament, we had to give everybody audience. I think in the bills that are processed in Parliament, it's a bill that got the most attention because we had to collapse the Immunization Act, get excerpts of the Immunization Act, and put them in the Public Health Amendment Bill. Because in the Public Health Amendment Bill, which had been written by the colonialists in 1935, there was a section which was supposed to be immunization, but it was smallpox. Now, smallpox is no longer there as per WHO since 1980. So we had to collapse that section, which was section 7, remove smallpox, and put immunization. That means we had to collapse the immunization law and bring it and put it there, and twist it to vaccination, amended it, and so forth. But most of the people who were coming were WhatsApp groups of mothers saying, you cannot make vaccination mandatory because these are the statistics we have. So there was also an issue to do with a lot of mindset change. So we said in our law, traditional vaccines will be mandatory. The novel vaccines like COVID and so forth, it will be up to government to give the necessary information to the community, and they will step forward to either get vaccinated or not. Remember, as parliamentarians, we are legislating for the 45 million Ugandans. And not all these people on WhatsApp. Somebody deep in my village has maybe never seen a WhatsApp or access to WhatsApp. But the people who were carrying the show were the elites in Kampala, and they were giving the committee a hard time, but as Parliament, we respect all the opinions so that we can be able to make a very good, enabling, strong law that speaks to the aspirations of Ugandans. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ayume, do you think we'll get there by 2040? Just a very short.
Yes, by 2040, I'm confident we'll get there. One is we're coming out of a global experiment. Without COVID, what we are debating now, I don't think would have gotten political traction. Politics sets the agenda. COVID has been the biggest public health experiment the globe may experience in a lifetime, and it has shown us we need to domesticate most of these policies, programs, and interventions. And I think I'm glad that this conversation is at the level of AU, and Africa is beginning to see sense in trying to invest a lot in pharmaceuticals, but most importantly, vaccines on the continent. I'll speak for our president. I think he's pushing in that direction, and we are following suit as Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's he's given us hope. We must get there. Irrespective of where we are, we should set ourselves to get there. So nice. And John.
Press, you're free now to come back on.
So nice, and John, you're going to comment on the fact that we actually have the commitments. Our states have made the commitments for us to manufacture vaccines and essential medicines in Africa. But as the speakers put it, transitioning that to action has been the problem. In fact, Dr. Seru from Ministry of Health said we have the commitment, but implementation is the problem. In a few minutes, nice comment on how do we get the commitments from paper to action as government, for those from government, but importantly, what can we do as CSOs? And the same comment I will get from Dr. Bonaventure.
Thank you so much, moderator. That is a very interesting question. But also it's a question to us as African states, as people from Africa. When we talk about regional vaccine manufacturing or pharmaceuticals, are we being too ambitious? I would like to re-echo Doctor's earlier statement where he mentioned that it looked like Uganda is building a rocket to go to the moon. And so how are we going to envision that? How are we going to take that from paper and then we see it in action? Yes, commitments have always been made. Let's look at the Abuja Declaration. How many countries are actually implementing the 15% allocation to the budget, to health? Uganda has always been standing at about 9, around there. It is only during the wake up of COVID-19 that we saw there was some increased funding, that at least maybe it increased to around 11, around there. Commitments are always being made. And how do we hold the people who are making the commitments accountable? First, the first thing that I feel that we as African countries, and even as governments, and also the citizenry in Africa should look at is enabling the financing first. Once we continue to depend on the global north for financing, we shall not see ourselves moving forward. We want to see to it that how can we sustain ourselves? The Africa Development Bank made commitments too to finance the pharmaceutical industry in the whole of Africa. And there's money there. They made those commitments. I don't know how far they have reached with that. How many countries are taking on the responsibility to see that they have this money invested into development for pharmaceuticals and therapeutics. We are seeing a number of
Dr. Nice,
investments.
just to round up, our time is...
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. But what I want to end with is that we need to harmonize to see to it that our countries and the policies and also the stakeholders within this space and also the local vaccine manufacturing are held accountable so that they implement these commitments. And it will also come as joint efforts by CSOs to ensure CSOs and even other non-state actors, be it in all spaces, to see to it that these commitments move from paper and then they are in action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. John, in one sentence to add to what we can do for us to move from paper to action.
Thank you very much. Just to also pick up from the previous speaker, I just wanted to share an experience for Uganda in terms of ambitious commitments. I'll give an example of the commitments around the family planning. When we started with the FP 2020 commitments, and we set a target of having all women on modern contraceptive methods, 50%, it was quite ambitious. We are known of having unrealistic targets. So it is a good starting point, but I think over time we have learned that if we come up with actions as civil society, because I would still provide the same examples, even for the family planning community, we have seen that when we over time developed actions as a country on how to really implement some of these commitments, we achieved a number of them at country level, and this can relate even for the regional level by ensuring that as civil society we work with we make strategic partnerships with the different government agencies, international bodies, to ensure that whatever commitment that we have listed out is discussed in detail, but we have clear actions on how to have it actualized at country level and regional level. And also, as a round out, I just wanted to mention that for civil society, I think there's been limited representation of civil society on a number of platforms at country level, regional, and global, and we need to meaningfully identify some of these platforms, but also ensure that there is meaningful participation for all the civil society community and advocate effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those recommendations. Finally, Dr. Bonaventure, any additional comment to that, just in a minute or less?
Yeah, my parting shots. I think one big thing I want us to live with is creating, mentoring, and training negotiators. This is a very complex space. Sometimes we have several fragmented conversations that don't add up to anything. I mean, Agri has been in this space for quite a while. Whether it's here, whether it's in Japan, whether it's in different places, it gives him the ability to sort of like see this evolution and put to the table something that is very compelling. So I think in the same space, in the same spirit, we need to have seasoned negotiators at an international, at a local and national level. We need to have alliances so that we don't fragment conversations. If there's a Paris summit is coming up, I mean, instead of having 50 people who are not going to bring anything to the table, at least let's have a common voice so that we bring a powerful presence. The last piece is about Afro-pessimism. When all of us go to the drug shop, they'll tell you we have 3 brands. There's Cyprus, there's German, there's Kenya. Which one do you want? And you'll ask, how much is Cyprus? If you can afford it, most likely you want to buy Kenya. So I think it's an opportunity for journalists. We need to help our society to trust in what we produce. Otherwise, it will be a journey in futility. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Our panelists have had collective advocacy, collective voicing. I have had partnerships. I have had quality negotiations. Dr. Ayume there has said we can get there let's make it a political issue, and one of the presenters emphasized it. Let us make it a political issue, let it be on the political agenda, we'll get there. I want to end this panel. I wonder whether there is just one person in the audience that wants to comment on the discussion by the panel. I see 2 hands. Solomon, do we allow the 2 hands? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our panelists, for today. It was quite an insightful learning for me in some areas. But specifically, I would like to speak to what Dr. Charles Oyume elaborated in his experience as he was trying to set up a pharmaceutical manufacturing base here in Uganda. One of the things that is recurring in our conversation is the issue of collaboration. We've talked about regional collaboration. And I think it was Dr. Mulumba who earlier reminded us of the ESC. We had the program that was ESC program on regulatory harmonization program, where we're able to come up with harmonization of common technical documents, and it was involving around, I think it was then 6 NRAs, yeah, whereby all the different national regulatory authorities had to come together, agree on a harmonization policy for most of the pharmaceuticals coming in, and also tag which particular pharmaceuticals should be able to be a part of this initiative. But if you look at the current research on why today people are asking what happened, I think it can pose a few questions on what needs to be done moving forward with respect to the collaboration at a regional level. When you look at the ESC, the particular initiative I'm talking about, one of the key elements that is being pointed out is when it comes to the aspect, because it was supposed to begin with, once a manufacturer, you submit a particular drug that you want to achieve a marketing authorization across the entire region. The lead national regulatory agency here was in Tanzania. They do the first assessment. Then Tanzania passes the second assessment to Uganda to continue with the continuity of that process of approval. Now, the third assessor had to be coming from another national regulatory agency, which was not specifically appointed because of lack of capacity with the remaining countries to actually contribute to the process. And when you talk to manufacturers, they will tell you that as much as I would do my submission at the ESC level, but actually gaining access at an individual country level was a problem. Why? Some countries were not interested because they're not even part of the process. So it became maybe a Tanzanian thing. If you look at, for example, the 68 products that went through that process up to date, Tanzania has the highest percentage of products that were actually granted marketing authorization because they were equally involved in the process, and Uganda came second, I think, with about 34 products that were granted marketing authorization on the Ugandan market. Other countries like maybe Kenya, South Sudan, Zanzibar then was part of that project. They have very little statistics on products actually entering their market through that ESC program. So it also maybe raises a question to, as we're talking about regional collaboration, how are we ensuring that each country has something to gain? So that it feels that this is not just a Ugandan initiative. And speaking to what Dr. Ayume has said, the advice the president gave him, if you look at the global vaccine report, Southeast Asia is the leading region with respect to the supply, global supply of vaccines. And Southeast Asia is where you find countries like India. India, I think, has 4 companies, the Serum Institute inclusive, that are contributing to this supply. But how did they evolve to get there? There's something Doctor talked about whereby, first, we really need to define at a regional level, what do we want to focus on? Because we can't focus on all the diseases. There are almost like 22 diseases in the initiative, the PAVAM initiative. As a region, where lies our highest burden on a regional level? Then I think if we can begin from that perspective and begin to work backwards, if, for example, we find out that yellow fever is responsible for the highest disease burden on the East African level, then the question becomes, first of all, as a region, we have identified our vaccine antigen, maybe to start off this process with. It's yellow fever from the statistics that could have been generated. Then the question comes, across the whole East African bloc, what can each country contribute to the process? of the manufacture of this vaccine, to make it a collective interest at a regional level.
Thank you so much, Saida. I think we are getting lots of solutions here and really paving way for us to move from paper to action. Thank you so much. There was one final one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Yes. The issue I want to raise concerns a bill that Honorable Ayume talked about for changing of the management of the veterinary sector and the management of the Ministry of Agriculture. Before that bill was, the day that bill was discussed in cabinet, I think the following day, I had a lot of calls from veterinary manufacturers who were really not happy with the decision taken by government over that bill. But I would like to explain a concern of theirs that maybe, I don't know if Parliament looked into it because it has repercussions that may be big for the sector. Normally in drug development, when we are doing the characterization of molecules to produce, we follow the human application and testing processes. That's why the majority of compounds, even used in animals, are developed by big pharma that usually handles even human drugs. Regarding the tests, they follow even closely the same guidelines. So where we are right now, we are having a national drug authority that has excelled in regulatory affairs. At the moment, their laboratory is WHO qualified, and they are one of the top regulatory bodies maybe in ESA and also in Africa, I would say. So their capacity to control and regulate human and veterinary products is really satisfactory, even to the view of the public. However, I understand that such decisions were made by benchmarking on some other countries which have a separate agricultural department that handles checks for chemicals that are authorized for use in animals. However, what we didn't go deeply to look into is the capacity of those agencies. Because at the moment where NDA is at regulating drugs and with the capacity they have built over the years with international organizations like PICS, WHO, so such a milestone may take even another maybe 10 years for the Ministry of Agriculture to attain. So in this trajectory of time, we are having investors who are already wary of where their investments in the industries they have set up, it's going to be like washed out. So even this political decision, it may be taken as a political initiative, but remember the end user of the animal products are humans. So are we ready that benchmarking on a political ideology without understanding the capacity of the sector we are giving such control, it's going to end up affecting us as humans because we consume these animals. And we know one of the, for example, we've been dealing with something in public health called multi-resistant bacteria. And we know one of the causes for that has been the transfer of that resistance from animals to humans through products we consume. So I wanted to clarify this point way further to you as you head policy, because me as a person who handles businessmen, I know that policy affects businesses drastically. And if at all the issues of businessmen are not put into consideration, so the use of that policy is gonna not realize its importance. Because the people who are actually implementing the actions down in the value chain will be forced out of the market entirely.
Thank you so much. Let's put together our hands for our panelists. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for sharing those wonderful ideas, and to the rest of us. Over to you, Solomon.
Another round of applause to the moderator for this. Thank you very much, Fatia. Karibu, please go and take your seats. Thank you. All right, interesting conversations that happened today. Dr. Bonaventure asked if you went on in the pharmacy today, and they gave you different brands. There is Germany, there is America, there is Bujumbura, and there is Cyprus and Kinshasa. Will you say, I want the Bujumbura brand? How many of you would, with all due fairness, how many of you would say, I want the Bujumbura brand? Okay, we have one person in the room. So that speaks to the trust that we have in our own manufacturing. And I think it goes back to the regulator. The little research that I was able to do is that the reason why many people would trust the Cyprus brand and the American brand is because they believe that they have a very strong regulator that doesn't accept anything below their international standards or their standards. And so, even when we are discussing this conversation, I think having a strong regulator in the manufacturing value chain is as important as, you know, R&D and everything. Because then when you have a strong regulator, you're then able to convince and get the trust of the market so that people can be inoculated. I cannot wait for a day that we will be vaccinating Ugandans against a disease from a vaccine made in Malawi. And we're all queuing up. But that is, I can see some of you smiling. Yes, the FCTA is coming, so maybe it will come up with that. But thank you very much for that panel discussion. I think it was very insightful. We're going to break for lunch, after which then we'll come back for a series of conversations, and then I'll make sure that I will close today by about 4:30. So right now, lunch is served, the same place that you had breakfast. Let's go for lunch. Let's agree to be back by, can we say 10 to 3? So that we can buy some time. Okay. Let's say we'll be back 10 to 3. Have a great lunch. invite Mr. Machemedze Rungariria, who is from Equinet. That's I hope I pronounced it right. He's here to discuss legislation on farmer manufacturing and institutional reforms to achieve the objective on local production and the PAVAM framework. I'm sure that your presentation, you have, okay, great. I hope that we have this PowerPoint presentation. All right, sir. Karibu sana, welcome, and we are happy and eager to hear from you.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you. Now, if you sleep whilst I'm just starting to present, it's going to be very difficult during the course of my presentation, especially after people have just finished eating their lunch. But I hope you are not going to sleep. If you do, I will just ask Professor to institute some disciplinary measures. Especially, I'm told this time around is going to be some press-ups. So, yeah. So, thank you very much. I'm going to be very fast in my presentation. It's a long presentation, but I will try to reduce the time that I'm going to spend talking to it. So, okay, thank you. Can you just align the presentation to the right? So I'm looking at advancing local pharmaceutical production through legislation and institutional reforms within the Eastern and Southern Africa region. So this is some review of the literature that we did within the region to try and map exactly where we are and how best we can scale up our research and advocacy positions moving forward. So I'm coming from CIATINI, which is Southern and Eastern African Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, which is a cluster lead in Equinet, which leads on engaging on global policies. And I'm happy to meet quite a number of my colleagues here who are also in Equinet. Now, technology, I hope it's not going to fail us. It's not showing. Oh, okay. Now, as was said earlier on in the morning, I think we got quite a lot of issues that came out of the different presenters. But most importantly, in summary, if we are looking at pharmaceutical production in Africa or the world over, it is affected by several factors and definitely deficits and gaps in capacities around different areas. And I'm sure you all know we talked about research and development, we talked about challenges in intellectual property rights, we talked about issues of established markets, issues of regulation, issues of human and technical skills, capital markets for finance, and competition laws and policies. So in a nutshell, these factors, if we get them right, in Africa, we will be able to establish a well-sustainable local production process, both in terms of medicines, therapeutics, and also in terms of vaccines. So when I'm talking about pharmaceutical production, basically, I am restricting to issues of medicines as well as vaccines. When you press, it goes backwards. You press again, it jumps. Okay. hear me? Okay. Now, what is the challenge that we've seen? And I think it also came out in the morning as we try to shape up our research and advocacy areas. I think we heard earlier on that as a continent, we continue to rely on other continents for the procurement and import of essential health products, which includes medicines, vaccines, and others. But this importation, it affects the cost particularly, as well as impacts on access to the essential health products. And the situation that we came out of, which is the COVID-19 pandemic, it really highlighted the urgent need for local production of EHPs. And I think Dr. Mulumba raised it in the morning, the kind of impetus that African countries were given, particularly by the COVID-19 pandemic, which really exposed the frailties and weaknesses in African health systems when it comes to issues of pharmaceutical production. I'm pressing, it keeps on coming back on its own. Okay, so the work that we did, it aimed to investigate and to provide evidence on progress in policy, regulatory, legislative, and institutional reforms in the ESA region around local production of pharmaceuticals, and also to enhance the knowledge and understanding around EHPs, local production, among the key stakeholders, especially including for purposes of formulating our advocacy and engagement with relevant authorities at different levels, be it at the sub-national level, the national level, the regional levels, as well as the global levels. And also to review progress made in the implementation of PAVIM, which we had earlier on, that nothing much has happened because it has just recently been launched. And this year is a year for consolidating the secretariat as we had. Now, what did we find out from this work? The first thing that we did was just to look at what is in existence within the region in terms of the policies, in terms of the plans, in terms of the strategies. And we established that we have plans, policies, and strategies for local pharmaceutical production at continental level, at the regional level, at the national level. And those are just examples of what we have. The PMP of 2007, right now we're here in East Africa, we are seeing the implementation of the EAC Regional Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan of Action, which is for a 10-year Plan of Action 2017 to 2027. In the SADC region, we have the SADC Pharmaceutical Business Plan. We also have the SADC Industrialization Strategy and Roadmap that specifically has under it the strategy on regional pharmaceutical, regional manufacturing of essential medicines and health commodities, and of course, PAVIM. So we have plans at that level. And at national level, just think about your country. We have extensive policy and legal measures that are in existence, national pharmaceutical policies, plans, strategies, national health policies, national development plans and strategies, and some of them we heard about them in the morning. We have industrial development policies, we have national drug policies, and I'm giving an example there, the Uganda National Drug Policy of 2002. We have the National Medicines Policy, for example, the Zimbabwe National Medicines Policy in place. Then we have got national visions, which also speak to issues of pharmaceutical production. If you talk of the Kenya Vision 2030, the Uganda Vision 2040. So we have different policies. And it's important for us to understand that if you look at the plethora of all these policies, they straddle across different sectors. So if you look at pharmaceutical production, it's not a health issue. Vaccine production is not a health issue. Medicines production is not a health issue. But it's an issue that is anchored on wider economic development of a particular national economy. That's why you realize that you have got different policies from different sectors that are promulgated to address that issue. So if we look at it from the point of view of health, from the health sector, then I think we will be missing the point. Now, the challenge of local pharmaceutical production, from what we have found out, does not appear to be a lack of policies and laws, but particularly in their implementation. So when people say perhaps the devil is in the details of those policies, then the angels should be in the implementation of those policies. Now, this, I think some of you are familiar with this map, which just gives an overview of the pharmaceutical production context of Africa, where you have over 600 pharmaceutical value chain players within the African continent, but mostly concentrated in those 8 countries that we talked about earlier on. And 25% of the production itself, it belongs to multinational companies, which again raises an important issue about the need for the development of a domestic pharmaceutical production capacity within the region. Now, as was said earlier on, most producers, they engage in drug product manufacturing and packaging and not in research and development or production of active pharmaceutical ingredients. In this regard, what these producers do is they purchase the active pharmaceutical ingredients, and in our region, particularly from India and China, and other manufacturers, to formulate them into finished pills, syrups, creams, capsules, and other finished drugs. That's the concentration that we spend most of our energies on. And that diagram, it just shows the development stages of most sub-Saharan African countries, where they are in terms of their pharmaceutical production, which is basically the first 3 stages. That's where most producers in the African region are, where you find that there is uncompetitive to no industry, where you have few local manufacturers, but heavily dependent on imports or importing the APIs, as we said earlier on, with local players involved also in import distribution. Then we have got just a small nascent industry, which is developing in some countries, where you have a growing number of local producers. Some also are involved in import substitution, which is at a very low level. Then you have got other countries, you are talking of countries perhaps like South Africa and Kenya, where you have many producers with possibility of oversaturation, emerging export base, where they are exporting some of their products, even if they are still reliant on importing the active pharmaceutical ingredients. But there is need now to develop into the other stages, which is the maturing industry, the developed industry, and the innovative industry, which is where we are lacking at the moment, which are the issues that have been raised earlier on. Now, in order to graduate into that particular segment, there are certain constraints to production that have to be overcome. And we realized in the research, and if you go into the literature, it also says local production of pharmaceuticals is constrained by a number of factors, and some of them include the availability of a viable and accessible local market. I think Yari talked about it earlier on in the morning. High costs related to very old plants and equipment that we have, the challenges with regards to availability and retention of skilled workers, the human resources that are required who are specialized in the different subsectors in the pharmaceutical value chain, then the exorbitant utility tariffs of certain utilities like water, electricity, which hamstrung production, and then lack of working capital, including access to capital for recapitalization, and of course the issues of lack of technology, which are related to the issues of high costs of related to old plant and equipment, then effective regulation of medicines production, procurement, and distribution. So basically, these are the areas that we were now trying to find out how far have African countries, gone to address those particular constraints. And looking at the issue of the market, I'm not going to talk about all the issues because of the time limitations, but I'm going just to pick on some of the important issues. Now, looking at issues to do with market creation, I think we are all aware and we have heard about the African Continental Free Trade Area that most, if not all, of our countries have now subscribed to within the African continent. Now, this African Continental Free Trade Area is designed to create a single market for about 1.2 billion people within the African continent for goods and services to move freely across the borders within the region. So you will notice that negotiations on the AfCFTA, they were actually concluded in March 2018 with the adoption of the agreement and 3 protocols. That is the protocol on goods, the protocol on services, and the protocol on dispute settlement. It's quite a huge area to talk about when we just look at the AfCFTA, what it is all about and stuff like that. But if you just look at the first protocol, which is the protocol on goods, what it entails is the elimination of tariffs on products that are produced within Africa. 97% of the products that each country produces, they have to reduce and eliminate tariffs to 0, which means each country will only remain with 3% as a sector that it will protect, which is called the sensitive sector, where it identifies the different sectors that should not be subjected to liberalization. And another important protocol there, which is the services protocol, we have got about 12 different service sectors, which countries agreed to say these are the sectors, but there are only 5 service sectors which they said should be subjected to liberalization. And under those sectors, you may find that the health issues also come under that. So it's important that we also understand this configuration of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, it has been signed by 54 countries. We've got 55 countries in Africa. So it has been signed by 54 countries with the exception of Eritrea. And 46 countries have ratified the agreement. That is, they have done it to take the necessary legal processes at the national level to domesticate and start implementing the agreement. Now, the agreement comes with its own challenges. It comes with its own opportunities, but these are the issues that we need to understand when now it comes to medicines production. So if you look at the Eastern and Southern African region, all the countries have signed the agreement. Now, this agreement is expected to boost intra-Africa trade, which currently accounts for only about 12% of trade within the African region. So an important question is, if we are not producing goods and services amongst ourselves, what are we going to be trading amongst ourselves? So there is an opportunity when it comes to local production of medicines, local production of vaccines, such that we are able to trade amongst ourselves. We've got a market of 1.2 billion people with a GDP of 2.5 trillion, which can be tapped on. Next slide. Now, unfortunately, you can't quite clearly see this map now. If you look at, these are all the 55 African countries who belong to different regional groupings. Now, the African Continental Free Trade Area, in its creation of a single market, it is also supposed to address the challenges that African countries have been going through when it comes to different membership groupings that the countries belong to. So you may find, for example, the EAC region. If you look at this, so this is the EAC region, but within the EAC region, you have countries, for example, which belong to COMESA, right? And those countries, for example, looking at Kenya, you are looking at Kenya, for example, Uganda, for example, they belong to COMESA, they belong to the East African community. And these regions, they've got different external tariffs. And they need to be producing goods where you need to be integrating. How are you going to do it when you have got overlapping memberships like that? So the AFCFTA is going to be dealing with that to have a single market, which is really a positive development. But of course, it's not going to be automatic to have the single market, because market creation does not automatically translate to market accessibility. There are still some challenges with regards to the market itself. Now, if you look at PAVIM interventions around this particular area, PAVIM has got a pillar that supports enabling trade policies for vaccines, all guided by a continental strategy with a delivery and oversight mechanism. Now, I said market creation does not translate to market accessibility. What PAVIM should do is now to help address issues that are currently in existence with regards, for example, to non-tariff barriers. There are a lot of barriers that are in existence within the region, for example, with regards to licensing requirements for medicines, with regards to sanitary and phytosanitary SPS measures, with regards to prohibitive legislation that is in existence in the different countries. I will just give you an example on this particular aspect. Now, Zimbabwe has got 9 pharmaceutical producers, and of these producers, some of them, they produce tradable products that are exported within the SADC region, right? And most of the products, for example, bulk liquid supplies of parentals. South Africa, for example, it requires pharmaceutical products from Zimbabwe to get into its market only through air transport and not by road. That's a serious non-tariff barrier. The reason why they say that is because they say, one, we do not have the capacity at border posts to monitor the movement of goods across the 2 countries. And secondly, they are afraid that there might be some counterfeit medicines that might cross through land borders, as if counterfeit products will not cross the borders through air. So this is one of the reasons why the issues of non-tariff barriers have to be addressed. And I'm sure within the East African region, there are quite a number of non-tariff barriers as well, including licensing issues. If you want to export to South Africa, pharmaceutical products, for example, you cannot just export those products. You need to register them with a local agent in South Africa. And a local agent is the one that then takes the goods and market them on your behalf, which is again another non-tariff barrier. So these are some constraints that you find within African countries, despite the fact that the African Continental Free Trade Area is trying to eliminate that. So that's really critical. Now, the other issue that I also want to raise is the issue of the free movement of people within the African region. You have the protocol, which has been signed in 2018 on the free movement of people and right of establishment within the African continent. But it has only been ratified by less than, I think, just 4 countries, because some countries feel that they are better developed than others, and if they sign to it, it means they would have opened up to the free movement of people from one country to the next, from one region to the next. Now, pharmaceutical products or vaccines, they are not going to be moving on their own. they move with people. So how is this going to affect the movement of goods if there is a constraint on the movement of people? So these are some of the challenges that we have to be dealing with as well. Trade policies, somebody raised the issues of trade policies in the manufacturing sector. There is no doubt that trade policies are an integral part of a manufacturing system, and local production of pharmaceuticals depend on trade policies, particularly around issues to do with import duty exemptions on raw materials, on issues to do of harmonization of trade and industrial policies. Remember earlier on I said the health sector, pharmaceutical production is not only affected by the health sector, but by different other sectors. Trade, you have there, industrial policies, you have there. Then of course the need for policy coordination, especially around the creation of industrial parks, special economic zones, pharmaceutical parks, and so forth and so on, and ratification and implementation of trade agreements, including the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, next slide. If you look at these are just statistics from the WTO database in terms of the trade in medical products. Now, it shows that on average, you have got the most favored nation treatment tariffs on medical goods of around 5%. But all the other manufactured goods is around 8%. This is globally. This is a global figure. Now, if you narrow it down, high-income countries, particularly in Europe and America, the average tariffs on medical products is around 2.4%. There's something that I want you to see in these statistics. Now, pharmaceutical products have the lowest applied tariffs as compared to the other products. Now, what does it mean for African countries? Can somebody tell me what this means? If pharmaceutical products, finished products, it could be vaccines, it could be medicines, therapeutics, diagnostic equipment, they have got lowest, most favored nation applied tariffs. Yes, my brother.
To improve accessibility?
You are right, to improve accessibility. But what it means is it becomes easier to import than to produce. So if you have got policies that promote importation, right, particularly of finished products, in a way, I'm not saying it discourages, but in a way, it might also work as a deterrent for local production. In some countries, for example, in Zimbabwe, in the last 3 to 5 years, the tariffs on raw materials, right, were higher than the tariffs on finished products for the pharmaceutical industry. And the Pharmaceutical Association has been lobbying and lobbying and lobbying. What this meant is you can't bring in raw materials to engender your own local production processes, but it's easier to just bring in finished product, which means you continue to rely on external markets for your own medicines. That's what it means. Now, if you look at PPE, for example, in the event of the COVID-19 pandemic, PPE has got highest duties, which is twice the average for all medical goods. The average tariffs on textile face masks, for example, is 13.5%. Just look at the average for other medical goods, which is 5%, but for PPE, it's 13.5%. Why is that so? It's because if you look at the PPE industry, it is made up of low-value products. Mostly the face masks that you can have, the gloves that you can have, which most countries are able to produce, and therefore they want to protect their own market by raising tariffs to around 13.5% to discourage imports, but to encourage local production where the majority of producers, small-scale producers, can actually engage in. So this is what the statistics is showing, and how trade policies now at a national level can affect local production of pharmaceuticals, nationally, regionally, and globally. Next slide. Now the other area, I'm done with that area. The other area that we looked at is the issue of skills development, the issues of human resources for the health sector. And when you look at the health sector, it goes also to include the pharmaceutical sector. What we established is ESA countries, there is no doubt they are affected by a shortage of human resources for health, and this includes in the pharmaceutical industry, in biotechnology, in engineering, in laboratory scientists, technicians, and so forth. And this has been attributed to different reasons, mostly around inadequate training, also production and retention of health professionals, which is really a challenge. That's why most people end up, just migrating to other countries, and of course, issues around brain drain of locally produced human capital. Now, some researches have shown that to produce one doctor, for example, in the United States of America, it costs them about $60,000 US per year to produce that particular doctor. So it becomes easier for them just to open up and recruit from other countries than to spend a lot of money on that, on their own production processes, which is what has caused some deficits within our region. Now, investment in human resources obviously is a pivotal enabler of a strong, innovative, and sustainable local production industry. We have also seen from the review of literature that recruitment or specialized workforce, particularly industrial pharmacists, the technicians, the biotechnologists, the engineers, and so forth, is a huge cost driver, particularly for the local pharmaceutical and vaccines production industry. Now, you can go to the next slide. We realize that across the ESA countries, they all have human resources for health development strategies in place. Right? I'm asked to wrap up now. So these strategies, they talk about different plans in action to produce human resources. But if you look at them closely, there is no way, next slide, there is no way where they specifically talk about the production of those specialized human resources for pharmaceutical production. It mostly revolves around your doctors, your nurses, and to some extent, they just recognize the importance of specialized professionals for pharmaceutical production. And those are just examples from certain plans in different countries. Next slide. Now, if you look at PAVIM interventions around this, we have noticed that in the past few months, the Africa CDC, together with the WHO under PAVIM, are now supporting professionals from Africa to acquire skills in different areas, especially courses around standard practice, on good laboratory practice, good clinical laboratory practice, and so forth, in partnership with other universities from beyond. Next slide. There is also another partnership with Texas A&M National Center for Therapeutics, offering courses in biopharmaceutical manufacturing, manufacturing of vectors and gene therapy, and mRNA vaccine manufacturing, which is really a positive development within the PAVIM framework. Now, this is the challenge which I am raising, to say they have just opened up to say anybody can apply from the different countries if they want to be trained in this. But it's not a deliberate policy where you say a country has to provide through a well-structured process the resources or the professionals who can undergo this, such that it's a state-led process. It's an institutionalized process where a state can easily retain those professionals for further development of the sector, which is an area for us as civil society to be advocating for, because we need something that is structured in terms of trainings in these high-level pharmaceutical production processes. The issues of medicines regulation, they were raised earlier on. What I just want to emphasize on this is the establishment of the Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Program. It culminated in the development of the AU Model Law on Medical Products Regulation. And this has got different technical committees that is looking at different areas. And I think in the EAC region, we also heard earlier on that the region is advanced really around this area. What is important is some researches that were done by some researchers have shown that very few countries have amended their legislation to conform to what is provided for within the model laws. Some of the reasons that have been given to that was that some have got no human resource capacities to be following up on that, and that amending legislation is a long process which takes time, it needs commitment, it needs resources and so forth. And others were saying whatever is contained in the model law, they have already included that when they developed their own laws. So there are different reasons that are given to that. Next slide. Next one. These are just the technical committees and so forth. Next one. So I was just saying there is a strong possibility for civil society to advocate for the domestication of the model law, but at the same time to advocate for countries that have not yet developed strongly certain aspects of their medicines regulations to meet the standards that are provided for within the model law. We have talked about technology transfer, the role of the TRIPS agreement. I think it was said quite eloquently and around issues of intellectual property, what I want to emphasize on this aspect is, if you look at the TRIPS agreement, it has been amended to take into account the flexibilities that have been talked about earlier on around compulsory licensing, parallel importation, and so forth and so on. Now, in the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, I think you remember that India and South Africa, they spearheaded a group of countries in Geneva at the WTO level to seek for a waiver of certain intellectual property rights within the TRIPS agreement for them to be able to manufacture vaccines to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which was really a huge challenge, and even up to now is a huge challenge. The waiver was granted at the last ministerial conference, but it doesn't cover the issues that the original proposal wanted it to cover. That is vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and so forth and so on. The waiver that was granted, it only covers vaccines, and only for a very short period of time. And negotiations are currently underway to include all the other areas. So you can see why the issues of technology transfer are going to be a challenge within the context of the TRIPS agreement. The reason why it is like that, if you go into the history of the development of the TRIPS agreement, who introduced it within the WTO? It was the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of the United States, big pharma companies who introduced it for their own protection of their own innovation and so forth. So if we are able to implement the TRIPS flexibilities, and if we are able to ask for the waivers to go beyond the vaccines, then we would have engendered the process of local production in Africa. I think 2 more slides. Then I sit down. You can go to the next slide. You can go to the next slide. I think I talked about that. Just to say on this one, the African Continental Free Trade Area, in February this year, there are 3 protocols that have been adopted in addition to the trade in goods, the trade in services, as well as the dispute settlement. There are 3 more protocols that were adopted. The one protocol is the protocol on intellectual property rights, then the investment protocol, as well as the protocol on competition law and policy. These protocols, they are going to be helpful to engender a process of local production if, for example, within the context of Africa, we apply the IPRs on a level playing field, because it offers incentives through royalties for novel development with utility of local production of pharmaceutical ingredients as well as products. But it is crucial for governments to provide incentives and support for this process to help local talent to exploit the national resources that exist at our level. If you could go to the last slide, which talks about, perhaps, I'm jumping these other areas, you get the presentation, the last slide, just the last one, yeah. This is the last slide. The slide where I'm just talking about the proposed actions that perhaps as civil society we can continue to do. The first one is the need to organize and communicate, particularly looking at the areas where we need our input in supporting the development of enabling legislation to facilitate implementation of agreed programs at national and regional levels. As civil society, we can play that particular role. But we can also play a crucial role in identifying the different areas for legislation development and harmonization that policymakers may undertake at the national level as well as regionally. Then we can also advocate and engage, particularly if we contribute evidence and advocates to African global engagement at different levels in terms of vaccine production, medicines production, and so forth, and input to policy platforms, particularly if we can contribute to the development and implementation of a monitoring and evaluation process framework of all these programs, including a peer review mechanism for the ESA countries, where we can participate in, particularly for the alignment of the national laws, the regulations, the plans, the programs to the regional ones, and also peer learning within and across ESA countries, and also to advocate for the any flexibilities provided to also include African countries, and to make sure that African countries use these flexibilities. Rwanda is one country that tried to use the flexibilities provided by the TRIPS agreement in 2007 for the procurement of ARVs from Canada, but it was a challenging task. It took Rwanda about a year for the ARVs to arrive in the country. Why? Because there were some national laws that were prohibiting, even if there were TRIPS flexibilities. But the national laws in Canada, as well as issues to do with licensing requirements, difficulties in government procurement, they all hamstrung that process, and it took a year for that to happen. So there is a lot that still needs to happen, even if we will have flexibilities around this. So thank you. I didn't see anyone sleeping, so I think I can sit down. Thank you so much.
Mr. Machimedze, thank you very much. Another round of applause to him. Wow. What a powerful presentation. The number of legislations that we need to work on. That caught me by surprise. I didn't see the legal and policy framework coming through very strongly, but from your presentation, I think that there is a lot of work that we must do in terms of legal and policy. And I think Dr. Mulumba is, this really is something that we need to look into. The FCTA, the intellectual property, and the TRIPS, and all these legal and policy frameworks that we need to fix. Wow, any lawyers in the house? Lawyers, raise your hands. Okay, we have a number of them. I think this is an issue that we need to sort. when you were making a presentation, you came up with so many things, and one of the things that struck me was the fact that if you import, and that has stayed with me, that it's easier for you to import than to manufacture locally. So it becomes expensive, that you'll produce paracetamol here, and when you factor in the cost of production, it's more expensive than the one that is imported. So how do you then convince Gavi, which is a big player in the market, that you need to buy from me expensively, and yet when they go to Pfizer and all the big pharma, they actually can buy the same vaccine at a lower price? This is real conversations here that we need to have as Africa. But thank you very much. Oh, Dr. Chibira, you wanted to say something? I'll run the mic to you.
Just in response to what you've just said, countries like India subsidize their exports greatly. So even more than what's sold on the market, just to encourage medicines to get exported out of the country. And so we have to realize that. However, you remember a few years back, National Drug Authority put up, increased the verification fee, added a 10% on 37 medicines for Uganda, just to encourage local production on those 37 commodities that we had local capacity for. I just saw a study that was done, I think, last year, which showed that there was no impact in terms of the price to the patient. So even when the import tariff was increased from 2% to 12%, the price of medicines to the patient didn't actually change, but it boosted local production. So I think we need to study these models a lot more. I think there are ways we can boost local production without necessarily hampering access.
All right, interesting views. Did you want to say something? Oh, okay.
No, this is a very important point that he has raised. Now, I talked about competition policy and law at the end, which I did not really get into detail on. It's very interesting in countries like Namibia, for example. They established that the local pharmaceutical companies, they were working in cahoots to ensure that they control the prices of pharmaceutical products. And when the competition authority discovered that, they realized that there is, they were saying, is in terms of the price of pharmaceutical products. So even in a situation where you have local production being encouraged through the 10% tariff that is put on imports, whilst it of course affects local production, but in terms of the price itself, other legislative or regulatory issues come into play, which also need to be looked at. So this whole sector, it needs to be looked at holistically. If you are looking at what are our competition policies in place, the abuse of dominant market position by certain producers and so forth, it also has to be looked into. So it's a really complicated situation, but it needs, harmonization, a coordination, central authority to be looking at all these different areas. Thank you. But that's a very important point that he raised.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. Machimedze. Thank you very much for those deep conversations. Is African Union listening? I don't know. Because I feel like there's too much information that is coming in this room, and I wish we'd just present it to the AU and just try to see what we can do moving forward and where do we go from here. I'll take two more and then we can get to the next.
No, thank you very much. I think those are the type of conversations that we should have, and thanks Dennis for raising that perspective. So I think the fundamental questions in the pharmaceutical sector, particularly when it comes to issues of equity and access in a context that is market driven, they have to be very difficult but necessary actions that must be taken in public interest by governments. Otherwise, all those incentives go to waste. They just enhance profitability for the other side of players. If we don't have the necessary controls and regulatory environment, which are basically should be well-framed conditionalities that are understood. Because we see this in many sectors, so people will say many things. At the end of the day, people who have to make profit, but the government also have an accountability imperative for the citizens, and they must negotiate on our behalf in ways that moderate those profits, and also incentivize those who need to produce, because the governments don't have the capacity at the moment, find whichever incentive they can give and trade-offs, but at the end of the day, ensure that those trade-offs translate into some benefit being transferred to the citizens. So that is where we usually miss the boat. So we will do many things to help create an enabling environment for the private sector to do whatever they need to do. Then on the demand side, we don't do enough to ensure that the benefits are transferred to the people who are targeted. And that's not just in pharmaceutical sector. You see it even in the health, insurance schemes, where we make a lot of grand justifications for collectivized health insurances. At the end of the day, it ends up benefiting private sector and insurance, hospitals and insurance, and not the citizens. And the challenge is the other side of players are always more organized than the demand side. And that's where the rain beats us, because the industry side is very organized, very purposeful. They know what to target, they know which policies to influence, and they know how to drive their bargains. The demand side of things, we talk and we go home and sleep. Yeah.
I hope we don't go to sleep again. All right, thank you very much for that powerful session. So let's stand up and do the professor challenge. Okay, Professor is going to give us a warm-up session. I saw people just clapping. They stood in one place and they were just clapping. Joan, you were just clapping. Professor, thank you very much. Fatia, you also jumped. I saw you. All right, thank you very much. I hope that's enough time for us to breathe in and out. Okay. Prof, you're very fit. Okay, Nimrod, Karibu. Mr. Nimrod Muhumuza works with the Afya na Haki and is here really to speak to us about integrating the setup of vaccine manufacturing plants in Africa, and he's zeroing his case study to Rwanda and Uganda. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Thank you so much, Professor Tunomugisha, for that very lively interlude. So my presentation is interrogating the establishment of vaccine plants in Africa using the case studies of Rwanda and Uganda. And I would just like to make a few things clear. The first is that this is a result of two separate research studies that we conducted. On Rwanda, we looked at, with Ms. Tasha, who is seated behind there. I think she'll be on the next panel. On Rwanda, we looked at the literature to see what explains its growing influence at a pharmaceutical level in the region. Then in Uganda, the presentation is going to be based on this publication, which is in your tote bags. We looked at a case study of the establishment of a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant in the country. So as the team gets ready, I just had, as I was preparing for the presentation was long done. I was perplexed at the title of the presentation. Majority of the preceding conversations have spoken about the need to have integrated markets, right? That you cannot have markets that are too small, because that's not viable for pharmaceutical manufacturing plants, especially vaccine plants. So I was wondering why, and this would be a question that I hope we can discuss afterwards, why the discussion on two small economies, right? You have Rwanda, a country with, I think, 12 million people. Then you have Uganda, a country with 4 times that population, but whose economy is also still a bit small. And what does that tell us about what we need to do at the regional level? Number one, to increase the market. And also, what does it tell us about the necessary or the needed economies of scale? Because every investor will tell you, before sinking about minimum $4-5 million in a plant of this size, there has to be some sort of promised return on investment, which you're not going to get. And I think there was a gentleman in the I think it was Dr. Ayume who was telling us about the Indian experience, the Indian investor who said they can supply Uganda's, I think, childhood vaccines within a month. So what happens after that? You've sunk $10 million into a plant. So I think it's something for us to think about. So I hope this is visible. I think in the interest of time, I will just get started. Yeah, so it's, okay. So like I said, I was asked to investigate Kenya and Uganda. So the other thing that I would like to point out is that neither of these countries have vaccine manufacturing plants established. Rwanda is on the way with BioNTech. Uganda is also in the process. So what the presentation is going to try and do is mostly look into the crystal ball, mostly look into what we're doing in the present to see if we can extrapolate and project what will happen in the future. And there are a number of key questions that I would like you to keep at the back of your minds. I don't have the answers. Hopefully we can maybe discuss some of these afterwards. So can two small countries, population-wise, but also economy-wise, lead the way on the continent when it comes to vaccine manufacturing? And then what is the role of the private sector? And I think there was a gentleman that touched on it. And how can we manage its excesses? We've seen what the private sector is doing to farmer prices in the US. How do we make sure that that doesn't happen here? That if we have vaccine manufacturing plants here, we can rein in on their prices and still make them accessible to the ordinary citizens. So what lessons can we take from the successes and failures, especially Rwanda? Because Rwanda for me is a very curious case. Why a leading European pharmaceutical entity would want to establish itself in that country and really sink in heavy money? And then how can we make sure that these are sustainable, again with the market and economies of scale? And then what is the role of the public or community participation in making this a success? And how can we replicate this across the continent? There's a question that's not here that I would also like us to keep at the back of our minds. What is the role of the state beyond merely regulating? Of course, this might take us back to having the conversations around privatization. Can the state do business? But I don't want, personally, and this is not I feel like it's not a conversation we're having enough, replicating the neoliberal American model where demand and supply, you let market forces reign. And that's going to create a situation where we can't still access the medication that we're saying we so badly need. So I think by way of introduction, I think most of this has been touched on. Of course, we have 16% of the world's population, 23% of the disease burden, and yet we spend only 1% of the global health expenditure. And by 2040, the continent is expected to witness a threefold increase in vaccine demand, which makes it even doubly disappointing that we're only producing 1% of the vaccines that we need. And so, of course, again, this has been pointed out, vaccine production on the continent is very low and is largely concentrated in North Africa, with only South Africa and sub-Saharan Africa being, the flag bearer. So again, because there is no vaccine manufacturing plant in Uganda or in Rwanda at the moment, I think BioNTech have just established installed the containers. So it would be good to see what's happening again now, so that maybe we can project into the future. So overall, the continent has about nearly 400 drug makers. Again, most of them concentrated in North Africa. The ones in sub-Saharan Africa are concentrated in 9 countries, and they're mostly small, with operations that do not meet international standards. I think only Ghana, Senegal, and a few others meet the WHO maturity level 3 when it comes to pharmaceutical regulatory standards. And then compare that with China and India, which roughly have, each with a population of about 1.4 billion, similar to Africa, which have as many as 5,000 and 10,000 drug manufacturers respectively. Then the other thing, and this is extremely important, again, Rangai touched on it, the market value is still relatively small. 14 billion compared to 120 billion of China and 19 billion of India. So in sub-Saharan Africa, only Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa have a relatively sizable industry with dozens of companies that produce for local markets and in some cases for export to neighboring countries. And then of course the other thing is that all of them most of the drug manufacturers are not making or are not starting from scratch in a sense. And this is extremely important because R&D, research and development, to bring a new drug from the market can take anywhere from $1 billion to $10 billion over a long period of time. If, like Rwanda's economy is, or Uganda's economy is, you have a GDP of say 13 billion, 15 billion, 20 billion, that is a lot of money. And so the question then becomes, is it worth it? Can we afford it? Can we sustain it? So with Rwanda, just by way of context, it's a small landlocked country with 12 million people, and considered a low-income country with a GDP per capita of 13 billion. Again, this is important because, again, if R&D costs $10 billion over, say, a period of 15 years, that could be a huge drain on the country's, on the state economy if the state is leading that charge. And the farmer market remains underdeveloped at USD of 165 million. This takes into account the entire valuations of the factories, the everything. It's not just what the farmer, the value of the production of the pharmaceutical manufacturing plants. And then, of course, the disease burden, everyone knows that. So today, Rwanda has achieved near universal child vaccination rates, I think standing at about 98% in children, I think under 5, which is a huge step forward from 1994 when vaccination rates plummeted to 0. And then, of course, they are one of the few countries that were doing well with COVID. I think by 2022 December, they had vaccinated nearly 60% of their population. So, you know, there clearly is something that's working, and something maybe that we can learn. So, what explains Rwanda's successes? I put successes in quotes because of late, it seems in the region they seem to be taking all the goodies, you know, all the good things. So, for one, the African Development Bank has established the African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation in Rwanda to act as a vehicle for scouting and negotiating with Global Pharma to facilitate local production. The country recently entered into several agreements with a number of regulatory agencies with countries in the EU, which goes to quality assurance and which goes to, again, creating a market for when the vaccines start rolling. The African Medicines Agency Secretariat, which Uganda bid for and unfortunately lost, is going to be established in Kigali. And so there are a number of good things happening in the country. So what we examined in the literature was to try and explain why. What have they been doing over a while that we can look at? Of course, the first thing is strengthening their regulatory systems with law number 003 of 2018. That's supposed to be 2018. In case I get anything wrong about the country, Mr. Melissa and Mr. Kagawa, please correct me. So that law established the Food and Drug, I think, Administration Authority, but also the establishment of the African Medicines Agency in Kigali is quite symbolic because it positions the country to sort of facilitate intracontinental vaccine trade because the AMA will establish regulations that will serve as minimum standards to develop Africa's knowledge base and encourage biotech research, knowledge exchange among academia, and a number of other things. So regulatory systems are strengthened. This is not, I would not say this is an advantage they have over Uganda. We know the work that NDA is doing here. No, I don't think that is an advantage. I don't think this is an advantage, Professor. There's also a culture of accountability. The entire health system in Rwanda is characterized by a culture of accountability exemplified by the implementation of performance contracts with a vow to deliver, which bind all government personnel at levels of authority. This is extremely good, of course, for investor confidence. If they know that government contracts are going to be adhered to, and maybe that could also reduce the levels of graft and leakage of finances through corruption. That could be one of the reasons why they're starting to do well on that front. Then there's also local ownership of health programs, such as the immunization programs, which Rwanda's successful immunization program owes much to the local level ownership it possesses. And then, of course, as we saw, it has achieved 98% vaccination of children, I think under 5, and is doing well on COVID as well. Over 60% of its population are now fully vaccinated. And how are they doing this? They're involving local authorities, district health centers, community health workers who attend monthly meetings and receive lists of unvaccinated children. And so there's that leveraging of knowledge at the community level to make sure that these government programs are successful. Then again, this is also a very, very important one. A robust logistics and data collection system that ensures effective tracking of every child, enabling the timely administration of vaccines. So I don't want it to I don't want it to seem like I am doing PR for for our neighbors. So yes, on data collection, they also seem to be doing quite well, because there is a centralized data collection center, again for children. And then, of course, this makes it easier to monitor, to see who is not getting vaccinated, who is and why, and then it is easier to address those gaps. So I wanted to come to BioNTech. And the establishment of BioNTech in Rwanda, the way it's been done, is a microcosm of the challenges or the opportunities that the continent faces when it comes to vaccine manufacturing. So BioNTech, the establishment of BioNTech is a result of an agreement between Rwanda and the German company to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines end-to-end, and then later work on malaria and TB vaccines. They will start with about 50 to 100 million doses a year. And for the first time, an active pharmaceutical ingredient for the COVID-19 will be manufactured in Africa. But Rangarai, you mentioned IP. BioNTech maintains its intellectual property in this product. We are not completely clear on how much has been invested. The figure of 116 million is what is floating around. Definitely could be higher. The facility comprises of containerized labs that have been manufactured in Germany and are installed in Rwanda, because they wanted to avoid delays of manufacturing the facility from the ground up. And again, that tells you issues to do with infrastructure and those other structural bottlenecks that vaccine manufacturers on the continent face. Initially, the facility is to be managed and operated by BioNTech staff, and then ownership and expertise will transfer to local ownership after a decade. So raising questions about the skilling, are we capable of running these things? Why are they bringing their own persons or their own personnel to come and run the facility here? So with Uganda, what we have seen is that there has been an upward growth trend when it comes to the number of pharmaceutical manufacturers in the country. And this has gone from 2 large manufacturing plants, I think one of them being Kampala Pharmaceuticals, to over 15 of varying sizes in 2022. Our jewel in the crown being Cipla, the largest, I think, ARV manufacturer in sub-Saharan Africa, which now has WHO GMP certification for the production of ARVs and malaria medication. When it comes to the pharmaceutical manufacturing continent, we have about 11 licensed local pharmaceutical manufacturers and 55 local pharmaceutical distributors, with over 500 registered pharmacies and 4,000 chemist shops. The estimated annual value of the local pharmaceutical sector in the country is $450 million, of which only 20% is locally owned. The rest is foreign. We're doing very low on exports. In 2017, the export value stood at $15 million. And of course, our disease burden, just like Rwanda's, also contains a number of vaccine-preventable diseases. So if we were to establish an installation manufacturing vaccines here, it would go a long way in easing our disease burden. When it comes to vaccination, of course, this can be improved. For instance, the vaccination completion rate among children aged 12 to 23 months in Uganda remains suboptimal, despite the overall availability of vaccines. There was a study that was done over a period of 20 years, and the overall vaccination rate from 1995 to 2016 stood at just below 50% for children aged between 1 and 2 years. And then, of course, we know how we're doing with COVID, so issues of vaccine hesitancy will always crop up. So, by way of the case study, so I've combined the literature with the findings of the study that we put in your tote bags. The policy and regulatory framework, as Rangarais indicated, is there. A number of laws, policies, institutions, the NDA, NEMA, Investment Code Act, Local Government Act, and everything. In our study, so we spoke to a number of investors who are establishing a plant, a pharmaceutical plant in Namamve. Namamve is the industrial park, a few kilometers away from the capital city. And we were told NEMA, which is the National Environment Management Authority, and the National Drug Authority, were fast and efficient in providing regulatory approvals for the construction of a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant. So that's a positive. The challenge came at the clarity on the tax incentive regime. In this case, the respondent waited over 9 months to obtain approval from URA before shipping. Well, he was essentially shipping factory fittings from China and India, and was made to wait for 9 months without a decision, because the most expensive imports, factory fit, and the most expensive imports, which were the factory fittings, were not eligible for tax exemption. He only got the tax exemption after a contact in URA contacted someone in Ministry of Finance. So the absence of that, of a structured sort of referral system, was extremely hindering for this particular investor. So there's a need for a framework that guarantees equal opportunities. After the Ministry of Finance wrote an exemption letter, his URA immediately cleared his goods. And if you read the report, the respondent says URA is the only government parastatal that works if you have all your documentation in order. Once Ministry of Finance cleared him, URA immediately also cleared him. So when it comes to production and market, Uganda's production pharma sector is valued at $450 million, of which only 20% is local, and this makes up less than 1% of the country's entire GDP. The pharmaceutical sector generated exports of about $15.2 million in 2017, and the respondent was saying one of the bottlenecks that they experienced was an inability to obtain a number of crucial inputs locally, and they have to import. Dr. Chibira said there was a study that indicated that the price increase was not passed on to the consumer. That's good. But, we're told that there's an absence of appropriate varieties of things like maize throughout the year. So, that for me was quite striking. You would think we have everything that we need here. When it comes to human resource, the experience is similar to that of Rwanda's BioNTech. The investor in our study indicated that they had to rely on engineers from India and Kenya because they did not, trust Ugandan trained engineers to handle and fit out the entire factory. And he had a team of over 38 Indian nationals to undertake wiring and other fittings within the plant. He said, the country has no hands-on skills, people with hands-on skills to run pharma plants. The other, and this for me is the biggest elephant in the room, the issue of financing. The investor said they put in about $3 million into the plant, 60% of which they sourced from a financial institution at 24% per annum. It is extremely, extremely crippling. They couldn't access money from the Uganda Development Bank because at that time, the plant was not, this is what we're told, that the plant was not eligible for financing. They did not fund startups. So if, as we've said, research and development for vaccines, new vaccines from scratch, from the time you conceived till the time you bring to market, is $10 billion, say over 15, 20 years, who is going to put in the money on the continent? It's something that we have to think about. So in terms of key lessons for us, the harmonization of regulation. Again, these are things that everyone has already spoken about. If a drug is approved in Rwanda, do I have then to go through approvals if I'm establishing a plant in Kenya? Do I have to go through approvals in Kenya on issues of quality assurance? And it is hoped that the African Medicines Agency will address this issue. The other is market integration. Fragmented markets, of course, are not ideal for economies of scale. Rwanda, 12 million people, Uganda, 44. The entire East African community, I think, stands at 175, which is still below, say, the US market. The entire African market is 1.4 billion, which would be a good start, I think. Financing, for me, remains the biggest elephant in the room. Where are we going to get the money? From the ADB, from Afri-Exim Bank, and at what rates? Because it determines sustainability, sufficiency, quality, autonomy, and independence of the plant. We need to leverage public-private partnerships, the role of government, the role of the private sector. But we have to be careful as to what model we want to recreate. If we're going for a neoliberal model that relies on forces of the so-called free market, we're going to end up in a scenario where 5 entities in the US control the price of like 90% of their pharmaceutical products. So we have to think about the role of the state beyond regulation and maybe also financing. Thank you very much for listening.
Another round of applause to Mr. Nimrod. I hope all of us have a copy of that research paper. It's you can get some time and use it for your further research in case you're doing any work around pharmaceuticals in Rwanda and in Uganda. We're going for our last activity today. We have a panel discussion that is going to be moderated by Maria Birungi. Maria, karibu. Maria works with AHAKI, and after which we'll have a plenary session, and then we will close the session today. Maria, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to present a panel. I'm going to invite the speakers one by one and sort of introduce them. As I invite them, I'll be giving you a brief bio on them. The first panelist, Mr. Tom Mulisa. Mr. Tom Mulisa, I kindly ask you to join the stage. He is the Executive Director of Great Lakes Initiative for Human Rights and Development, and he has lectured at the University of Rwanda as a lecturer of International Human Rights Law and Constitutional Law. Throughout his career, he has been involved in preparing and presenting shadow reports to human rights bodies. You're welcome, Mr. Tom. It is also my pleasure to invite Professor Ben Tunomgisha, who is actually my former lecturer at the School of Law. He's a senior researcher at Afya na Haki and the former Dean School of Law, Makerere University. He has more than 30 years of experience in academia and legal practice in areas including public law, as it pertains to issues of international and domestic law. You're welcome, Professor Ben. It's also my pleasure to welcome Ms. Tasha Alia Kara. She's the Master of Public Health graduate from the Dalla Lana School of Public Health at the University of Toronto. And her area of study focuses on social, behavioral, and global health. You're welcome, Ms. Tasha. Last but not least, I welcome Dr. Aflodis Kagaba. He is a physician and human rights advocate with over 10 years of experience working in the non-profit sector. He currently serves as the ED of Health Development Initiative Rwanda, an organization he founded in 2005. You're welcome, Dr. Aflodis. I will start with Mr. Tom Mulisa. You have an experience with engaging human rights bodies at the regional and international level. Would like you to give us your experience on how you have engaged these human rights bodies to advance vaccine access and equity, and sort of shine a beam for us after here, what next? What can CSO specifically do to engage these bodies to advance vaccine manufacturing?
All right, thank you very much. I think what should be done has been discussed since morning. I don't think I should be adding much from the presenters in the morning, but I think most of the presentations made in the morning were calling on civil society to use the sub-regional and regional forums the way we've been engaging, because I had someone talk about engaging in sexual reproductive rights, engaging in family planning, because regional and sub-regional bodies have been engaged by civil society organizations. So I think I would advise that civil society organizations or networks come together at the EAC level and see how to use that platform, whether the African Union level, also using for those who have observer status at different bodies, whether in Geneva or whether the African Commission. I think the very engagement that most civil society have been doing to engage the regional bodies in terms of policy advocacy could be done for vaccines also. I think I wouldn't talk about those regional bodies because the previous speakers have spoken better than I could do on how to engage the sub-regional and regional bodies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a follow-up question. Would you say that African governments are utilizing these spaces enough for the interests of vaccine equity?
Yeah, thank you. I don't think that most of the African governments have also utilized these forums, except for a few. As you heard in one of the presentations in the morning, except for a few that have known how to use the African Union space. You would see Rwanda taking advantage of this last week, opening the agency secretariat was opened in Kigali. There's also another conference taking place today in Kigali, following the opening of the secretariat, also on vaccine manufacturing. Some of our colleagues are attending the conference. So a few countries have been able to exploit and use the sub-regional and regional forums, but then we can mobilize the civil society organizations to also take a step forward and engage those forums.
Thank you so much. My next question goes to Professor Ben. In a paper that you wrote with Professor John Mobangizi, you give Uganda and South Africa as benchmarks to look at in previous epidemics. Do you think there are lessons that Uganda or other countries could have harnessed, taking on examples of these countries for vaccine access and equity?
Thank you very much. I don't know which paper you are talking about, but I don't know. There are some quite a bit I've written with the Professor Mwangizi of KwaZulu-Natal, but I don't know. But anyway, that said, which paper is that? I'm sorry, I don't know.
It's called The Right to Health Care in the Specific Context of Access to HIV/AIDS Medicines. What can South Africa and Uganda learn from each other?
I don't know. Isn't it an old one? 2000 what?
Mid-2000.
You know, my business is writing, so I don't know, but let me try to recall. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I think maybe in that paper what we're trying to do is, building on the developments at the international level in the area of access to medicines, pharmaceutical products, processes, and within the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, WTO agreement. And I think in that we're talking about how African countries can come together to take advantage of the development since the Doha Declaration, where countries were permitted to, I think, utilize TRIPS flexibilities. And I think that would be the thing. And then the August 31st decision, where they encouraged regional groupings coming together so that they can enhance their local pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity. Uganda went ahead and passed the Industrial Property Act, where those flexibilities were put into account. And I remember, I don't know whether that was when I was in South Africa. I remember when I was with our students, when I was teaching at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, we developed a resolution on access to medicines by the African Commission. You were there, you were part of the group. We did that. But as I said, our business is right, and this is a long time ago. So I may not give you a concrete answer. But let me see what I wanted to say on this, right, if you don't mind. I must say I'm happy about this, all these presentations, and it has been a learning experience for me. Even when Solomon was presenting these other slides, in the morning, I was busy writing. But I think, to me, the biggest challenge in this area is a lack of political will on part of our governments. You've heard what Rwanda has done. The question of leadership is important. The question of leadership is important. Governments must move beyond neoliberalism, where market forces are to rule, and the state must come in, seriously invest in research and development. There must be portions allocated seriously to research on these issues. But what we need to realize, the presentation on Rwanda here, because this is the panel of these two, you can see the question of leadership there. Accountability, transparency. Corruption is not tolerated. But you know what happens here in Uganda? Aggrandizement, hemorrhage of resources, state patronage, rent seeking, so many aspects that divert resources in this country that could have been invested in research and development. To me, that's very important. It's a structural and systematic cause that needs to be addressed. Number two, we have talked about harmonization. And I think we need to harmonize and strengthen the regulatory framework across countries. The National Drug Authority here, or any other regulatory body in another country, cannot work alone. This point has been emphasized, I see. Thirdly, technology transfer. I remember when I was doing my master's in environmental law and policy, before I diverted into health issues, technology transfer was emphasized by developing countries in negotiations. Even all these negotiations in the WTO, the point on technology transfer is always emphasized. Colleagues, I would like you to recall that we wouldn't have tackled this question of HIV/AIDS if the struggle for access to generics had not been successful. If we were relying on patented drugs, we wouldn't have been successful. So we need technology transfer, these people to come up and assist us. Can we create, as an African continent, some financing mechanism, which again requires political will, whereby funds can be brought together to be invested in research and development? I'm about to finish. And I think another point I noticed in the presentations is enhancing education and training to provide skills. And I thought about specialized engineers, industrial pharmacists, other scientists. You have heard the depressing story from the gentleman from Mahaki who was presenting on, who had just been presenting. Where is he? Aha. You have heard that serious challenge where the owner of the pharmaceutical company, said there are no skilled people in the area of wiring and fittings. What a shame that they had to import 38 people. This is the same challenge we are facing in the oil industry here, where even some specialized plumbers, welders are supposed to be imported. To what extent can we train our people to ensure that they can support these pharmaceutical industries? And I think, finally, again, these things have been talked about. The economies of scale. Africa is composed of fragmented markets. And I was reading, and I sat there, that by 2050, the whole of Africa will have about 2.2 billion people. So this idea of the African what do you call it? AFC, the African Continental Free Trade Area, the agreement that has been ratified by a number of many countries should be emphasized. But in Africa, the AU is a talking shop. They will come up with these ideas. I was telling my students 2 weeks ago that we have one of the best documents on the African continent on sexual and reproductive health rights, the African Continental Framework on Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights. But if you pick the minister who signed it and asked what they signed, they may not even remember. So we can develop these policies, but again, implementation. So as I conclude, Madam, I agree with the presenters. We have regulatory frameworks, both laws and policies, but the challenge is implementation. There is a saying in the region here that policies and laws are developed in Uganda and are implemented in, I will not say the country. you get that? Just the final line. We are talking about these issues of drugs, of medicines, pharmaceutical products, but we are forgetting. Again, let me try to finalize this. Let me go to my field now, human rights. In human rights, there is what we call triple H2. Accessibility, availability, accessibility, acceptability, and quality of medicines. The law helps in ensuring safety and efficacy of medicines, drugs, etc. These pharmaceuticals can be produced, the drugs, the medicines, but can our people access them? We've been having CIPLA here. Can our people access malaria drugs? We are talking about HIV drugs, antiretrovirals. When Biden sneezes, when Europe sneezes, we catch the flu. Here we have a law Anti-Homosexuality Act, which was passed unanimously almost by Parliament. But the West is saying, we shall not give you funds unless this thing is repealed. So how can we build our own self-sustenance, autonomy in terms of production, distribution, to ensure that the majority of our people access drugs. Sorry, I've spoken so much, but
It's okay. Thank you so much.
yeah, the president, our president has corona. Although as academics at times we can't rule out the fact that those who told him that he has corona may be wanting funding so that they can eat. Yeah, so.
Professor Ben, I'd just like to ask a follow-up question. You talk about building a sustainable vaccine environment using all the things and suggestions that you have said. Do you think this is possible if the intellectual property regime seems to disadvantage African countries and the developing world?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Let me just emphasize this. For those who may not be in the area of intellectual property and human rights, the World Trade Organization trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights is one of the three major agreements of the WTO. We have the agreement on agriculture, the agreement on trade, and services. So now that WTO agreement provides that if someone comes up with a patent, an innovation, comes up with a drug, some medicine, some vaccine, he's entitled to have ownership, monopoly over that ownership, that what we call a patent, for 20 years. And the reason being that a patent, like any other property, belongs to the patent owner. And because he or she, these days we use they because it goes beyond he and she, because they have invested heavily in research and development, they must recoup their costs. I hope we get the point here. Because they have invested heavily in R&D, they must recoup their costs. But because of that patenting, the costs for medicines, for drugs, for vaccines, etc., became too expensive. Because those people wanted even to patent not only the drugs, but also processes. So the developing countries, the poor countries, said that we must have a legal regime that enables poor countries of the South to access these medicines, including the technology. So in 2001, I think, 2001 at Doha, the developing countries pushed for the relaxation of the intellectual property regime at the international level. Although the TRIPS agreement has exceptions surrounding public health, which can be implemented, there were flexibilities, what we call circumstances, under which poor countries like Rwanda, Uganda, and others can manufacture their own drugs. And remember, this was a time where HIV was at its height. India, Brazil, and a few Latin American countries were coming up and saying, no, we must resist it. And I think that's what civil society needs to do in this area, talking to government, although we are supposed to be apolitical, but coming up clearly that these countries cannot continue to monopolize something which is supposed to assist the whole of human beings. Because in human rights, there's what we call access to, benefits of scientific progress as a human right. So at the international level, they developed what we call General Comment number 17 that relates that brings out the relationship between intellectual property and human rights. So here, in that 2001, these flexibilities were put in place. And these include things like compulsory licensing, where you come up, you have a product, you have a process, we say, you have manufactured it, but government can come and take over, provided we compensate you. There are things they call parallel importation and many, many others. In Uganda, as he said, we have developed what we call, Parliament has developed the Industrial Property Act, where these things have been domesticated. But can Uganda, alone as a least developed country, with its limited manufacturing capacity, enhance access to medicines? It cannot. Therefore, we urge for a regional kind of cooperation. That's why I think in that paper, Professor Mwanza and I were talking about countries like South Africa taking lead. We can have Nigeria, we can have others coming up, okay, and combining resources so that they can utilize these flexibilities and have the manufacturing. CIPLA is already doing it here. We are producing some of the drugs. Does that throw some light?
Yes, thank you so much,
Sorry,
Professor.
I forgot. I thought I was teaching. Sorry.
Thank you so much for throwing light on that. Tasha, you helped develop some of the findings that NIMOD presented. What things would you specifically like to point out that you think are very integral to this discussion?
Yeah, I think I don't have too much to add to some of the great things that the presenters have said in terms of the key challenges. But I think today what I've heard, if I had to summarize kind of the key challenges or the biggest elephants in the room, access to financing, like this keeps coming up time and again, but you make a very important point about how this entire funding structure needs to be rethought. That goes for the global north and the neoliberal economy that we're in this cycle. And this access to financing needs to support research and development. In public health, it's very difficult to gain funding because the future is so uncertain and it's very hard to prove. I think this is going to be a very difficult cycle that we're in. And the next kind of challenges that I am hearing today is the 3 C's. So communication, collaboration, and coordination. So there seems to be a lot of silos happening across sectors. We have the people in the lab, the people who are in policy and development, and we have the lawyers, but for some reason they're not speaking to each other. So how do we enable that communication and that facilitation to, most importantly, speak to community members? I think Moses had brought this up earlier, but community mobilization is going to be critical in this, and how do we educate our community health workers to be able to provide the resources in the most basic sense? How do we translate science? And I think sort of the last challenge, or maybe something that might be a little bit new or was kind of not mentioned too much today, was our compounding hazards. So I work a lot in climate change and in health, and I think one thing that we need to consider when we're thinking about manufacturing in the longer term is, you know, how do we deal with compounding hazards? So if we have a pandemic on one hand, but we have floods in Malawi, for example, that just happened, how are both of these things going to impact our supply chains? Are we thinking about that? Because, you know, just a pandemic won't, this will sort of impact our resilience as manufacturing capacity builds.
Thank you, Tasha. Dr. Kagaba, you work a lot with communities. How do you think communities have responded or continue to respond to being integrated in vaccine access programs and manufacturing?
Well, thank you so much. Maybe to say, how are you? I'm Aphrodis. I missed the morning session, but I'm finally to be part of this conversation and to congratulate all of you for being part of these interesting conversations. Since you've asked me to talk about the communities, I think issues of access to medicine have been viewed and considered as very, very technical. I think apart from the communities, even us, some of the actors here as civil society, we haven't really picked interest in providing and engaging. I know I and Tom have been trying to access some information about the Biotech Rwanda Corporation, but it seems to be very hard to know what's happening. You know, the process is ongoing. Vaccine manufacturing is going to be starting the next few months, and to access that information is still privileged information that is only known by the government and biotech. So now when it comes to communities, of course, very little is being done. We are not engaging communities. Communities are not aware. They just wait And one of the conversations that we've had within the ESC, because we do get a chance to discuss, in the end, what the community is interested in is what's the final cost that I'm going to pay to access the medicine. Do I care if the vaccine is $2 and is being produced by Uganda, or if it is $1 and is coming from India? Should I care if I'm the community? What I think I am interested in is at what cost am I accessing this? And this is an interesting conversation. But for all it to be balanced and have an informed conversation, which of course would be, I know in Rwanda we are very excited about this. And since a few years ago we have been producing some BMWs, I don't know if you're aware, but I can't afford it. I can't afford the BMW produced in Kigali. We're also thinking when we come to this vaccine, are the communities going to access it? What will be the final price? Even asking that information. We are asking and someone is telling you, we haven't even thought about it. Does it matter if the production is being done in Africa for the interest of the same interest? Does it matter? I know we have CIPRA here for quite some years. Do you get to import to Rwanda, to export to Rwanda some of the products? Or are we excited about Africa being the address for vaccine manufacturing, but not necessarily benefiting the communities and Africans? Because I would be happy that we are buying the ARVs from you, but if you ask, there will be some other procurement issues. And that's why I'm saying that people are in this room and you're having this conversation. This is a conversation that needs to be taken further to our countries to find out what is happening. I know within the EAC we have been discussing the East Africa pharmaceutical bill, but as civil society we are very excited. We are well aware of the EAC SRHR bill for the last 7 years. How many of us are engaged in the discussion on the East Africa pharmaceutical bill, which is going to determine I was seeing, I think it is one of the prioritized bills that has been taken forward. It wasn't passed in by the last year, but it's one of the bills that has been taken forward by the current year. So we need to engage and see how is that bill, for example, going to provide and center the interests of the communities. How is it going to develop the farmer? When I'm discussing with my colleagues in the region who are involved in the industry, of course they have a lot of other challenges who are saying we need to produce, we need the environment, and then you're looking at the pricing, you're like, okay, it's going to be equitable. So communities need to be involved, and I think as much as something's being done, we still have a lot of work to do to involve communities to determine the pricing, communities to know, to be part of the process that's going to be the center of these agreements. Because in the end, we may end up having, yes, we may be so many industries set up, but in the end, the community does not benefit. It's still, and the communities can also be part of the solution. They can get involved. We can interest universities to start training. Because again, if you have biotech in Kigali and all the main human resources are coming from outside, maybe we are going to be benefiting from selling electricity and some other, and using the infrastructure. But I think if we involve the communities, it can change the whole framework for accountability. While we don't forget that also the same companies are also looking at Africa and trying to respond to that critique. When you present the data, and we say Africa has the biggest disease burden, people are seeing it. So if you come with a plant and you put it in Kampala or Kigali, you're like, okay, now we are producing vaccines in Africa. So it should be okay because vaccine is being produced in Africa. But again, community-centered, I think we still have a lot of gap. And as civil society, that's why I say as civil society, as academicians, as researchers, even presenting that for people to be able to see what's the situation, it's going to create more opportunities for community engagement. So I would say that we still have a lot of work to do. And I'm happy that we're in this space discussing this. So we look forward to further engagements on how we can improve the current status quo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You mentioned that communities can be part of the solution. Can you point out specific instances where you think in this conversation communities can be utilized as being part of the solution to vaccine access?
We need communities to be part of all the engagement, part of the dialogue on the cooperations that we are making. We need to be engaging the institutions that are involved in the manufacturing. We need to be engaging the private sector. We need to be sensitizing and ensuring that our private sector is involved. We need to see civil society advocating for integrated markets, for integrated East Africa, because it starts from there. If East Africa is not integrated, if we keep talking about it, we can blame politicians, but politicians come and go. If East Africa does not integrate, if Africa does not become Africa, whatever we're talking about is going to remain a story.
Thank you so much. I thank my panelists. If anyone in the audience has any specific question to the panelists that they would like to pose.
Questions, comments?
Thank you very much. So I would like to share something I learned while I was in Germany. I had an opportunity for over the past 1 year to be working with a big pharma in Germany that is directly trading with China in terms of increasing market access and penetration of their products. I won't mention the company, but I would like to just share a few insights from this experience. In 2019, China introduced what they call a VBP policy, the volume-based procurement policy. What China has done, it integrated all its 323 provinces into a centralized procurement system. In addition to that, they increased their national health care budget expenditure, I think between 5 to 15% margin. So this, as we currently speak, became very big interest for big pharma, focusing on how can they take an increment in their business share of the Chinese market. But this is what China did, or this is what they are doing as we speak. The first question was, when we look at our national pharmaceutical expenditure, what are the key items that constitute the highest percentage? So because this policy was being rolled out on a trial basis, so those particular items were picked out and they put a price cap on the ex-manufacturing price at which they were willing to give a tender to a manufacturer. They put a cap, a price cap. So what did that mean? Big Pharma, now the question is, how can we be able to compute a conversion cost per vial to fit within this new price cap? And now the system started working backwards, going back to the whole entire value chain, doing a cost analysis of the value chain. And the ask or the question was, which particular component of our value chain is highly responsible for a high conversion cost of production per vial? Is it in research and development? Is it in our production cycle? Is it in our artwork? Artwork is, you see, when you do manufacture, the kind of artwork those vials have, or the printing. Which component is responsible for the highest cost? And what do we need to innovate within that particular point of the value chain to bring down the cost of those specific medicines and favorably compete in the Chinese market? So my proposal, it would be, as we are also talking about the different aspects, regulatory threatening, political commitment, there should also be an ask. At what price point would be favorable for the majority of the African countries to actually buy our own vaccines? We can start off with estimates, baseline estimates. We do different financial modelings. We come up with a figure. It could be a theoretical figure, but it's helping us ask if this is going to be our core. Let me give an example of yellow fever. If a yellow fever vaccine, the international benchmark of the conversion cost of production of vial is $1.9 US, and we do our calculation here, and our conversion cost per vial would be $4 US. Then the question is, we could still begin production, but the question has to be, what do we need to do to reduce the cost of this vial? And because there's so many different areas along the value chain where a lot of work needs to be done, but where is the priority going to be given and why? Why should we prioritize R&D? What is our final, what are we really trying to achieve at the end of the day? So I think it is something we could learn from the Chinese government right now. Because now everyone in Big Pharma, they had to start working backwards, and a lot was discovered whereby most of the benchmarks in so many different kind of components along the value chain were way above international standards, and they started now cutting, doing a lot of systems innovation and system and organizational redesign, changing operational models just to cut costs and fit within that price point.
That silence is speaking loud. Wow, something to ponder on. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just raise a few points on access to medicines. I think this topic seems to be a bit technical and have many stakeholders. In fact, among the stakeholders are healthcare professionals. And you can group, healthcare professionals, the clinicians in the group, and the patient or the community itself, and the policy makers. When you look at a given country, as medicine need is, shall be based on the priority health problems. We need to identify medicines on the priority health problems. We need to structure the list, and we'll have, the WHO is advocating for availing essential medicine list. And we are saying we need to access to this essential medicine. And of course, it's a fundamental human right. And what needs to be done, is it to produce locally or to import is the next question. So when it comes to sourcing this product, there are a lot of works at community level, within, health institution level, that the clinician needs to do with their clients, the consumers, the patients. And there is also an assignment at policy level, which product shall be brought to this country that benefits the priority health problems, that address the priority needs of the community. And when it comes to manufacturing, I think we need to consider, is it at scale? As she said, we need to compare the production cost, the raw material, the conversion cost. At the end of the day, before producing that product, there will be a clear feasibility study. And that study needs to support local production. If a given country is not, that quantity comes from a given national, is not enough, I think we need to advocate for regional integration. That is the question of this session. I think in one way or another, we are saying we need to come to one community, at least as East African, South African community, West Africa. If we aggregate a given demand at regional level, obviously that will attract so many manufacturers. Multinational companies came to our office in different occasions at country level and look for a given country's demand. Obviously, that may not attract a new producer manufacturer to come in. So now is a time, and it's a big agenda. We need to discuss, we need to talk together to come out regional, to look into our region's pharmaceutical market. I think that was the key message that was being talking previously. And of course, that was, a lot of assignment, and we have so many challenges bringing regional integration. That was a concern. And I think we need to jointly work on these areas And thank you for the panelists.
Thank you very much. Reid, over to you.
Thank you to the panelists, and it's been very interactive. Mine is a quick one, Solo, don't worry, it's a very quick question. I'm building on to the first submission my colleague made about the big pharma campaign that is ongoing on the side of civil society. We have realized that there's a lot of monopoly. So the questions I have for the panel is how do we deal with how do we break the monopoly, especially when we talk about evergreening of patents for life-saving drugs? How do we break the monopoly? Because we have seen big pharma companies like Gilead Sciences, which is among the top producing pharmaceuticals globally, that is, for example, blocking registration of some medications in lower income countries, but also limiting generic production still that benefits lower income countries. So my question to the panelists is how do we break the monopoly? I know that there is a campaign that is already ongoing, the Anti-Pharma Grid campaign that is led by the civil society globally to break the monopoly, and we have seen responses already from Gilead on the hepatitis C medication, and there is positive response in terms of lowering costs for certain medication. But that is just one example of the different life-saving drugs. What else can we do to deal with the anti-pharma grid, but also ensuring that they're not making these exorbitant profits from the life-saving drugs than putting the health of the citizens or the public interest and the population needs at the center of their work? Thank you.
I have my views on Pharma Grid. I will share them because I am the moderator, so I'll give them as the last closing remarks on that issue. Doctor.
Thank you very much. UNICEF and Gavi play a very important role in procurement of vaccines across the world, and I think they buy from manufacturers, especially in Asia. How do we make ourselves competitive to be able to convince them? But we also need to understand the political economics. There's a backdrop. There are big players there. There are cartels. There are hedge funds. People who have money and go to a vaccine manufacturer and say, we have the money. We hear there is this new kid on the block. There's a new strain of this. We're giving you the money. We negotiate. This is a price per vial. Invest in research and development. When it comes out, we dictate the terms and so forth. I think that is another conversation we should be having. And the guarantees to the African countries is that once we invest in the industry here, will UNICEF and Gavi buy from us? Uganda, I think we have a co-financing agreement. 80% is by Gavi, 20% is by government of Uganda. So how do we convince UNICEF to buy from us? Thank you.
It's interesting what is coming up. Okay, Dr.
Thank you again. I want also to thank the panelists, but I think I want to add my voice to the last panelist who talked about the community. You see, well, we can have the plant here, but will the commodities be affordable? Because what is in for the population? What do people want? People want affordable commodities. Okay, someone will talk about import substitution, but are you going to tell that to the person down there? I'll tell you, for instance, here in Uganda, we have, someone mentioned, we have that tariff, 12% verification for commodities coming from outside, out of the country. But I can tell you, still you can still get that commodity at 12% and bring it here and still be cheaper than what we are producing. So, someone in the pharmacy, am I going? We know how to buy Uganda, build Uganda, but am I going to buy the one which is produced here, expensive, and sell it expensive to the client, or buy the one which is imported? So, what's the problem? The problem is, as despite all these initiatives we are putting in, still the cost of doing business is still high. We have to find a way of reducing that cost. The utilities here are high. To access credit facilities is high, and some other taxes. So, as much as we try to encourage people to come here, we should also put conducive environment to reduce the cost of doing business, so that we can compete favorably with those coming from outside. Thank you.
While you're speaking on this issue, I'm reminded when I was doing an interview with Quality Chemicals, at that time, that was their biggest problem, that they would import a lot of the raw materials, and I think it's one of their biggest expenditure, importing on raw material, and that in a way contributes significantly to the final cost of production. The challenge though was that they had to scale up in terms of the market. So I think they're producing about 60 million doses of both ARVs and antimalarials combined per year, and they're exporting to about 6 African countries. I don't know if Rwanda is one of them, but I think there's the Democratic Republic of Congo, there's Zambia, there's Kenya, and yeah, so they had to sort of work out on the economies of scale, and also getting guarantees of the market. So whilst, yes, the cost of Lumatem, for example, produced by Quality Chemicals, is a little bit higher than what you would perhaps buy on the normal market, but at the time when the market is, when the manufacturers are still young, I think they need that support to actually go through this phase, and in a way perhaps pick it up. But we have a pharmacist here and someone who is in this business. Karibu.
Good evening, everyone. Since this question lies in my sector, I'm going to begin by responding to Dr. Seru's question. And there is another issue I want to tackle for Professor, and the one they said about China, to show you a picture of where we have a gap in our sector that's leading to all that. Regarding the concern of having products which are protected by a 12% verification fee, we have done an analysis on why we are having that challenge, that we introduced a 12% to deter importation of those products that are made here locally. So what these importers are doing, they are falsifying the prices of the products. For example, during COVID, we were purchasing paracetamol at around $3. An API, the API price was, I think, $3 a kilo. Then eventually, during COVID, it rose to around $10 a kilo. But when we calculated the prices at which they were selling a comparative product of that API finished product, it was even far lower than the API price, which is impossible. So they get the 12%, which was added onto a product that is supposed to be subsidized, and put it on another product, and then lower the product which is supposed to be sold with a 12% verification at a price that is far lower than one of a local manufacturer. So it's just market manipulation for that. Then the other concern I wanted to clarify on regards the intellectual property rights. When you look at what has helped countries like India and Bangladesh to develop their pharma sector, back in the years, I think maybe 1950 or 30s, I'm not so sure of the years, but it was between then. So India changed the patent laws of their country, and it decided that they will not be patenting a drug process, but patenting they will not be patenting a finished molecule, but to patent a process. So that policy helped India a lot in transforming to develop its sector and the generic production. That's why we've seen over the years that they've developed a lot of generic companies, and up to now produce, they have a market of around 40 billion, which is equal to almost the whole African market. However, they have been undergoing pressure from World Trade Organization to change their patent rights to the patent rights of the World Trade Organization. And that policy changed in 2005. So from 2005 on, there has been a decline in innovation in India because now they are following the World Trade Organization patent rules, which have to respect the innovators' rights to a product. So this is lowering innovation of new products, which we have been benefiting from for the past maybe 30 years. So that agenda that India used and Bangladesh to develop their roadmap in manufacturing is not the same agenda right now that we can apply. It shows us that for us, we need to have a picture of our own that takes us to the direction that we have. China, as our colleague was explaining you, was having also similar challenges in the expenditures on their health sector. So at that time, I think China was spending, the last report I read was maybe around 2007, they were spending around 200 billion yuan on the purchase of medicines. And the government was saying that this is too expensive for them. So what they did, the value chain of distribution of pharmaceutical products in China differs from that for a country like Uganda, because hospitals have the mandate to prescribe products and they also to distribute products in China. So they used to put a markup which was close to maybe 60% in order to support hospital services from the drug sales that they make in the hospital. So the government wanted to subsidize the healthcare cost, and it engaged hospitals to do what we call pooled procurement. So in that case, the government wanted to buy a lot of products in a large volume at a lower price in order to be able to serve its people. So it introduced a markup which was, I think, around 13 or 15%, if I'm not so sure, but it was so small, and it was intended to cut the cost of healthcare and also to make hospitals not to overcharge patients in order to improve health access. However, this has become a burden for the government that they've realized it's not sustainable, because at the moment they are spending around 7.7 trillion yuan on their healthcare sector. So what it's pointing at you is that in the pharma sector, you have to understand your value chain and your objective as a country in order to develop a roadmap that takes you in a direction that lowers your costs. For Uganda, we used to advise manufacturers to set up, and Abacus set up a parental drugs factory here. By that time, they set up a parental drugs factory. A vial of 500 mils used to cost around 2,800 shillings. So they lowered their cost to be able to put that vial on the wholesale market at only 850 shillings. So what this shows you is that when you help a local manufacturer achieve the incentives they want, the access to the product at a low cost can be realized. But now going forward as developing our sector, we need to focus a lot on R&D, because we cannot rely on the roadmaps that other countries applied, because their value chain differs from ours, and we are way past the rules currently governing countries and trade have moved away from that. So I think I wanted to address those two questions in that manner. I don't know if I was clear enough.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. So tomorrow, I think I'll be having a Twitter space to get the conversations in this room out to Africa. So if I come to you and I request for your appointment 6 to 8 p.m., I've just gotten the idea now, and I think it's time that we get this conversation from this room and have Africa listen to this conversation. Over to you, ma'am. I was just doing the plenary.
Thank you so much, Solomon. I'll ask our panelists to answer specific questions that have been raised.
No, thank you very much. We are late. I mean, we are delayed. I think we are shooting off time. But I want to conclude on my part with what I did here in the form of the exercise. In 1978 at Armata, that declaration that has been ignored, one point that was emphasized among many, in addition to participation and others, is preventive medicine. What we are talking about here is a challenge. We are propagating that theory of a pill for every ill. You get a headache, you are swallowing pills. Of course, that is a business for big pharma. Can we go into the root causes, for example, of non-communicable diseases? Let's have the medicine. Those who drink alcohol here, reduce alcohol or abandon it. Those who don't exercise and live a sedentary lifestyle, please begin physical exercises. Those who smoke, stop it. Those who eat these things, I dodged those oils today. I carry millet. Maybe I'll eat part of it in the evening. Millet flour, you know millet flour? These are our traditional organic foods. Let's go into them. Let's promote education of people about nutrition. Our children are being obese because of these chips, these oils, these sodas, the processed foods. There's nothing as valuable like preventive medicine. This medicine we are talking about should be a last resort. And finally, China is growing its pharmaceutical industry. At the same time, it grows its herbal medicine, alternative and complementary medicine and therapies. And that's what even India is growing. As we develop these medicines and these vaccines, let's not forget our herbal medicine. Thank God, Parliament, was it last year? I don't know, Honorable Wime, last year or the other year, where it passed the Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act. Can we follow that up? There are more other challenges where we need to go back to the roots and utilize our own traditional medical practices so that these medicines, these vaccines, these products, I'm going to conclude. I will tell you that the first person, for example, to perform a surgery in this country on women, I'm talking about an obstetric surgery where labor had become complicated. And an African man in Bunyoro, there is a man called Ferkin of the Church Missionary Society, went to Bunyoro and found this man performing a surgery on a woman using a knife. I'm not saying we do it today, but I'm saying these issues were there. And the anesthesia was banana brew. That means if we dig into anthropological works and what our people were doing and still doing, we can, alongside the pharmaceutical developments, have also these herbal, traditional, alternative, and complementary medicine that is far, far healthier than even the modern medicine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. That was a really in-depth reminder for us to look at and consider our traditional medicines. Unless any of my panelists wants to add, thank you so much to my panelists. I request that we upload them.
We are not going to do the other one now. No, don't worry. Tomorrow.
So we want to appreciate the previous speakers, both the panelists, our moderators for the day, our very distinguished guests. We are getting into wrap up for the day, and want to thank you for all your contributions and the discussions for the day today. It's been an intense one. We can't take on any more as of now. We want to have a bit of a break and see where we start from again tomorrow. But we really appreciate all your time for today. As we wind up the day, don't forget we have teas in the same place we had the break teas. We still have some evening teas. But also at 7 p.m. we are inviting you for a group dinner, and we want to encourage each and every one of you to be there. It is at the pool side. When you're getting out, you see the pool side. So at 7 sharp, we will all be there at the pool side for a group dinner. Let's have another conversation beyond the vaccines, the what. We have a chat on what is happening beyond the vaccines. We have colleagues from other countries here. It's good at least to have a chat on how you're faring in other countries. So we want to invite you all to have another chat beyond. Please don't bring vaccine language, the technical language has been here. Let's have another chat at the poolside there. And then let's not be more technical like we've been here throughout the day. So we have more conversations tomorrow. And we want to encourage you, please, you know, when we are in school, you start with 50 in a class. As you get into second term, 2 people drop off. As you get by the third term, you have like 30 people out of 50. But we are very sure and confident that the way we started is the way we are going to end tomorrow. Please assure me that we are together till tomorrow. Solomon, you are hearing. So we expect you to still be with us tomorrow. You've seen the agenda. We have more interesting conversations, but we want to leave the day when you at least we have a way forward, when you have a roadmap, when you have a clear agenda on things we need to take forward after this conversation. Like we've been saying, having the conversations out of these hotel rooms and out of our offices, organizations. So tomorrow is the day. Let's continue the conversations tomorrow. We want to wish you a very nice evening. Feel free to move around. Don't disappear, and you don't return. We meet again at 7 at dinner, and then we catch up tomorrow morning. To our moderator for the day, Solomon, we thank you. Let's give applause to Solomon. And let's give an applause to all the moderators and panelists for the day. We wish you a great evening. Let's meet at 7 at the poolside. Thank you very much.